Good evening, everyone. Meteorologist Jeremy Baker here on a Friday night. If you're not watching the Spurs, or if you are, hope you're enjoying the game. Last I looked, they were still winning. Are they still winning? Yeah, they're still winning. Way to go, Spurs. Kind of close there at the half there. All right, let's take a look at some weather. We got severe weather rolling in. We'll get to that in a little bit. First, a live look around town. It's nice and quiet across the area at Morgan's Wonderland Camp, Sky Camp, Calaveras Lake, and the airport. How about that pollen count? Yes. Molds and ragweed, they're both light, though, so hopefully not much of a concern if you have either one of those allergens. The aquifer went up 1/5 of a foot to 624.4, even without rain. The changes in the pressure in the aquifer make it go up and down a little bit. So it's still hovering well below average, 38 feet below average right now. So we need the rainfall coming. It's not the best timing with everything going on tonight into the weekend, and it's severe, but we need the rainfall. Where they don't, though, is going to be Jamaica. Take a look down here. This is Tropical Storm Melissa getting itself together. It doesn't look very impressive in the last few frames of the satellite, but the track takes it close to Jamaica, strengthens it into a major hurricane that's category 3 or 4, and look at how it just meanders around Jamaica for several days. That means a lot of rain. Could be talking feet of rain in Jamaica and the Dominican Republic, a lot of wind. For now, all the models take it out to sea again after crossing Cuba. We'll hope it stays that way and it doesn't come westward because there's a lot of warm water in the Gulf of Mexico and the Western Caribbean. But that's what we're looking at there. All right, back here, and by the way, you can ask any questions. I'm following along here in the section, or the comment section, in case you have any questions or want to say hello. Not seeing any chat here in the comment section. I'm surprised. Oh, there we go. I just opened it back up. Alicia, hi. Hope the hail core goes very down by the time storms come close to San Antonio. I'm sure a lot of people are thinking the same, especially if the cars are out in the open. We do have that threat for hail and damaging winds. We'll get to that in a second. First, though, it is 79 at the San Antonio airport, Stinson at 81, mostly cloudy skies. Dew point is going up quickly. It was in the low 60s during the 6 o'clock newscast. Now it's near 70. The dew point measures the amount of moisture in the atmosphere. The higher that is, the more moisture there is. And as that goes up, that tells us we're building more moisture, and that's ahead of that system bringing us the storms. Humidity goes up with that, too. It's at 72%, and it's a little gusty. Winds sustained at east-southeast at 14. Here's the temperature map. Temperature's not much of a concern at this point, or an issue. It's mostly the same, 70s and 80s. But take a look to the north and west, where you see the colors go from orange and yellow to green pretty quickly. That's that edge of thunderstorms and the cold front coming through. Behind the storms, temperatures in the 60s and 70s. Ahead of it, 70s and 80s. 73 in Bernie, 75 Fredericksburg, 84 Del Rio, 81 George West, and Pleasanton, 80. Here is the Severe Thunderstorm Watch. It was issued about 30 minutes ago for Bexar County, all the counties westward toward Del Rio and Valverde County, all the counties northward, including the Hill Country up towards Austin as well. The main threats out of these storms, damaging wind over 60 miles per hour, large hail, and also heavy downpours that could result in flash flooding. All the counties in our area under the Severe Thunderstorm Watch are also under a flood watch that runs from now until 1 p.m. tomorrow. We could see 1 to 3 inches of rain area-wide, mainly from Bexar County northward. South of that, not as much. Isolated amounts, 4 to 5 inches. All right, here's the radar. Here's what's going on right now. Nothing for San Antonio or the immediate metro counties or off to the east. To the west, you definitely see all that activity. And we do have one severe thunderstorm warning to talk about. That's in northern Edwards County, including Rock Springs. That runs until 9:15. The storm that's clipping that county right now has had a history of producing penny-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds as it moves off to the east at about 25 miles per hour, east-southeast at about 25 miles per hour. You kind of see that in the polygon that's drawn there about right in the middle of the county. Off to the west, though, you see Valverde County covered in lots of lightning, especially the western half of it. That storm, though, is not severe. It does not have large hail. It does not have wind over 55 miles per hour. So it's technically a regular thunderstorm, but you can see a lot of lightning with that one. So Del Rio, it looks like it's going to clip you, too. South of that, we're expecting some more storms to form. Not a whole lot, though, because if you take that storm, the southern edge of that around Del Rio, move it directly east, that's San Antonio. South of that, we're not anticipating as much. So once you get south of Bexar County, definitely Atascosa County, really not anticipating much in the way of weather tonight whatsoever. It's mainly, I would say, northern Atascosa County northward is the best chance for that. If you were to take that storm, drive it directly to the east, anywhere there and north is what we're concerned about tonight. And we'll just zoom in on Eagle Pass. The hail tracker shouldn't be down there. It should be further north. Let's just adjust that now. There we go. There's the hail tracker. And you can see that storm in northern Edwards County. It's barely clipping the northern edge of that county. That's where the largest hail core is. It's not large hail. It's not even moderate-sized hail. It's still small hail, but that's the largest hail we've seen so far. Valverde County seeing some small hail as well. But again, none of those are severe storms in Valverde County. Here's the water vapor loop. You see a spin over the four corners over Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, and Colorado. That is the upper level area of low pressure that's bringing us these storms. Out ahead of it, we have the front. That's where the moisture is. You see all the blues in West Texas, North Texas, and the Panhandle. That's where a lot of that moisture is. That's going to move through first with the first line of storms as the upper low moves through later in the overnight and tomorrow morning. We could see some more showers and storms, but not severe storms. Here's the Futurecast. This is the graph model. It's been fairly accurate so far, and it's been pretty consistent. Here we are right now. You see the storms over Rock Springs and Valverde County. This is maybe in about half an hour from now, so maybe a little ahead of time. But we're going to go with this one for now. So you can see it there, Valverde County, Edwards County, and you see the temperature drop in a hurry once those move through. So then we fast forward to midnight. I'm thinking about 11 to midnight arrival time in San Antonio in the I-35 corridor. And you see behind that, though, for Uvalde, Hondo, even Rock Springs, some more showers, thunderstorms forming. That's as the upper low pushes through. Because the atmosphere will stabilize a bit thanks to the first line of storms, those aren't anticipated to be as strong. We can't rule it out, but the atmosphere will be much more stable, so the odds of it being severe are lower. So we'll hope that happens. That's what it looks like at this point. Then that line progresses further to the east. I'm thinking our eastern counties, including the Hallettsville area, Gonzales, east of San Marcos, maybe around, I'd say 1 to 3 a.m. prime time for those storms. The leftovers still moving through the rest of our area then. And then as we continue moving on, here's Saturday morning at 7 a.m. Most of it's out of here, most of us mostly cloudy, maybe an isolated shower storm in our eastern counties. And throughout the day Saturday, that'll be the trend. As the leftover moisture is wrung out, eastern counties have the best chance for any showers and storms, but the chance much, much lower tomorrow than today. And you can see as we head towards the end of the afternoon, things clear out from west to east, so we get more sunshine, especially for our western counties, Del Rio, Eagle Pass, Uvalde, and the rest of our area. Not going to clear out probably until later in the afternoon or in the evening. Look at those temperatures though, much cooler. And it'll be less humid after the skies clear out too. Sunday, gorgeous. Waking up in the morning, here's 7 a.m., mostly clear, mostly sunny, temperatures in the 50s to around 60. For the rest of the day, it's all sunshine, highs into the 80s, maybe some low 90s in our southern counties, but the humidity will be much, much lower. It'll feel very comfortable out there on Sunday. So we have to get through tonight and tomorrow, but then we're looking good. How much rain could we see? Latest model showing still about 1 to 3 inches, and you can see that line stretching from Del Rio to Atascosa County and toward the coastal plain. North of that line, 1 to 3 inches. Locally, where the heavier storms are, could see as much as 4 or 5 inches of rainfall. That's why we have the flood watch. South of that line, Carrizo Springs, Cotulla, not seeing much of anything at all if this pans out this way. And it's looking like it is. So I would say this is fairly accurate. It's been pretty consistent for the last 24 to 36 hours, maybe pushed a little further south. That's why the Storm Prediction Center pushed the slight risk of storms a little further south, expanded it. But it hasn't changed a whole lot since yesterday afternoon. So that's how things look. So for tonight, mostly cloudy skies. Storms are already moving in. Temperatures dropping into the 70s and through the 70s. Winds pretty breezy right now, 10 to 20 miles per hour. And here's your weather for tomorrow. Starting out in the morning, still a stormy morning, especially our eastern counties. Starting out in the mid 60s. Winds out of the south at 10 to 20, switching around to the northeast throughout the day. By noon, 80, 84 the daytime high as things clear out throughout the day tomorrow. How about the 14-day? You can see that weather impact alert day for the first half of tomorrow into the morning. The rest of the day, not too bad. Sunday, mostly sunny, 87. Monday, partly cloudy, 88. Tuesday, we do get another cold front to come in. This one, moisture starved, so maybe an isolated shower out of it at best. High of 85. Behind it, though, Wednesday, 78 for a high, mostly sunny. Mostly sunny again Thursday and 81. That's Halloween Eve. And then on Halloween itself, 83. And starting out at 59. Absolutely gorgeous for Halloween itself. By the way, the day before Halloween, I grew up in Philadelphia. It was called Mischief Night. The night before, kids would go out, doing toilet paper, throwing eggs at things. Does that happen here, Greg? No, doesn't happen here. It's a Northeast thing. We like to destroy things, apparently.
It's a Philly thing.
Philly thing, yeah. And when the Eagles or Phillies win, the Super Bowl or the World Series, they climb light poles, destroy light poles, whatever else, start fires. City of brotherly love.
General mayhem, right?
Yeah, mayhem, I guess for a good reason. Well, mayhem's never good. Anyway, that's what we did on the night before Halloween. We caused trouble, threw toilet paper in trees, eggs on stuff, chalked up driveways. Halloween, of course, candy.
There might be another warning that came out for Del Rio.
Uh-oh. I'll take a look. Thank you, Greg. All right, Greg's helped me get set up here. Much appreciated. Thank you. Rest of the 7-day is dry. Let's take a look at the radar again. Let's get out of this here. Back to the radar we go. Let's go up here. All right, let's take a look and see what we have here. All right, Twitter gives us, do we still call it Twitter? I like Twitter. X just doesn't have much of a ring to it. Twitter, tweet, it's easy. Yeah, there we go. All right, let me check on my phone here because I've got this weather computer running. It is a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Valverde County, western Edwards. It's going to click on the details here. What did we do without smartphones? All right, here we go. The warning, it's running until 9:45. Ooh, this one has a history of 70-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. So this is the strongest storm we've seen yet. It's the one I was talking about with the severe, or with the all that lightning. I was saying it wasn't severe. Well, it looks like it just became severe in the last few minutes. And you can see a lot of lightning with that one. It's for Edwards, also Kinney. So extreme western Kinney County and most of Valverde County, at least the eastern half. Let's zoom out a little bit so we get that box to go away. You can see, yeah, a lot of lightning with that. So 70-mile-per-hour wind, penny-sized hail, as that moves off to the east at about 35 miles an hour. Oh, we can now hear all the comments. Hey, Mickey Shepard, no hail. I keep saying hair. No hail for Bear County yet, but there is that threat as we head through the evening hours. Hugo. Grace, yes, everyone be safe. Anything like severe tornadoes. There is a threat for large hail, very small threat for weak tornadoes, area-wide, especially Bear County northward, including New Braunfels, and also those damaging wind. Pearsall, same story. Let's see. It was called, Devil's Night in Michigan. Okay, yeah, I've heard of Devil's Night, yeah. Did you also do toilet paper and eggs? Alicia, moved your car under an extremely bushy tree. Hope that works there. Yeah, Kyler, the hail, not seeing a whole lot of it right now. Let's go to the hail tracker, actually. All right, yeah. That box keeps popping up. Go away. We'll zoom out a little bit. There we go. So for that new warning in Valverde County, that's where the most of it is in western Edwards. The hail hasn't grown in size, so it's been about the same. It's been very small, so about penny-sized hail. The larger hail has been associated with that one in northern Edwards County, north of Rock Springs. Could be up to, say, nickel or quarter-size hail, but for the most part, we've seen penny-size hail out of these storms. Maverick County likely getting a little bit of rain, too. I'm thinking the most, though, if you draw a line, let me zoom out. If you draw a line from Del Rio over to San Antonio, maybe a little further south of that, let's just say just south of Valverde County, so a line from north of Eagle Pass to Pleasanton. North of there is where the best chance for any severe weather is. I would say south of there, severe weather chance is almost non-existent. North of that line, though, so including Bear County, westward towards Valverde County, including Uvalde, Hondo, north of that, that's where the severe weather threat is. Large hail, damaging wind in excess of 55 miles an hour, and threat for small tornadoes. Von Army, same story. The entire area pretty much from Del Rio to San Antonio northward, chance of those severe weather threats. Small chance for isolated weak tornadoes, Kyler, but I'm thinking that threat's pretty low. It's going to be mostly damaging wind and large hail. Who's in charge? Well, right now I'm in charge. Bill's actually off tonight, so I'm the guy here for that. We got a lot of people behind the scenes helping out too, on air, online. You can check out Ken's 5 Plus. We're going to have a great Raining 3 show, by the way, on Ken's 5 after the Spurs game and before our newscast at 10. Oh, who put me in charge? I guess that was Bill, right? Yeah, Bill said, I'm off. Jeremy, you're taking over. But he has some faith that I know what I'm doing. I've been doing this for about 20 years, so I sure hope so. Yeah, yesterday was Bill's birthday. So happy birthday to Bill. I don't know what he's doing tonight. I haven't texted him yet, though. Hey, Brian, hope you're doing well. Yeah, Mother Nature is being aggressive photos on Earth tonight. Yeah, lots of lightning. Yeah, especially off to the west. If you see any, Brian, snap a pic, send it to me. So let me refresh what's going on here. Severe Thunderstorm Watch. Let me show you that first real quick. Then I can head back in the studio in a little bit. The Severe Thunderstorm Watch, all the counties there shaded in pink. That is for Bear County westward to Valverde County, all the areas northward as well, Hill Country included, Austin area up the I-35 corridor. No problem, Karen, my pleasure. Yes, I am bringing the rain. I will take that credit, but I will not take credit for the severe stuff. Or if we have to break into the Spurs game, which hopefully doesn't happen. So the Severe Thunderstorm Watch until 3 a.m. Also the same counties under a flood watch until tomorrow at 1 p.m. because we could see widespread up to 3 inches of rain. Just dry. Yep, just dry right now, you mean? Yeah, hopefully. We need some rainfall, though. Everybody could use some rain. What about Atkins? Yeah, going to see some rain likely in Atkins, too. and possibly damaging wind and large hail. Right now, we're not seeing the large hail, though. So here's what's going on right now. Most areas are dry except our northwestern county, San Antonio, nothing happening yet. We have severe thunderstorm warning for northern Edwards County. That's the Rock Springs area running until 9:15. Damaging wind up to 60 miles per hour with that, and nickel-sized hail. Also a severe thunderstorm warning recently issued for a lot of Val Verde County, the central and eastern part of the county, western Edwards, and extreme northwestern Kinney County until 9:45. That storm has been the strongest one. All that lightning, you see it over Val Verde County. That's running until 9:45. 70 mile per hour winds, penny-sized hail with that one. I think the wind there is a big story with that one as that moves through. Thank you, Brown. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. San Antonio, I'm thinking 11 to midnight is the arrival time for that, Rich. Leftovers after that. About what time should we expect this to come in? Ashley, if you're in San Antonio, about 11 p.m. to midnight. And hello, Marcy Mahoney. How you doing tonight? Love the Mahoney clan. All right, so that's what's happening with those storms. Beyond that, let me show you how much rain for those people just joining. Actually, let's look at the hail tracker first. Not seeing as much hail with that one in Val Verde County, at least the southern part of it. Still seeing a pretty good hail core in that one, riding the northern Edwards County line there. But still, about nickel-sized hail. Nothing large with that. Besides, it could call that moderate-sized hail. So that's what we're seeing there. How much rain could we get? Here is the future rainfall. I have an app, Solitaire Clash. I keep getting all these notifications. I must turn that off. Future rainfall, you can see our graph model showing about 1 to 3 inches from Del Rio down towards Pleasanton and northward, locally up to 4 to 5 inches. So flash flooding also a threat, along with the damaging wind, large hail, and tiny tornado threat. Small tornado threat, not threat for tiny tornadoes. Small tornadoes, maybe. Could be river flooding. No, I don't think so, because to get that, you'd have to have a lot more rainfall in a short amount of time. And the good news is these storms aren't what's called training. And that means they would form, say, one move through San Antonio, another one right behind it an hour later, 2 hours later. That's when you have it piling up. So I'm not thinking river flooding here. It's going to be flash flooding and street flooding. And hello, Terry Bush. New sign in your... Got a joke from David. New sign in the urology office. You're in good hands. Nice, nice. I got a note there. All right. Let's see. Thanks for the heads up. Yeah, no problem, Ann. My pleasure. Well, the storms move fast. Yes, Grace, they are moving fast, and that's going to help cut down on the flooding threat, but they are dropping a lot of rain in a short amount of time, so we do still have that flooding threat out there. Good question, Grace. Thanks for asking that. Is it going to hail in San Antonio? We do have that threat here. Let me bring up the radar. Let's try that again. Should have brought that up by itself. There we go. Yes, there is a large hail threat in San Antonio at this point. It's hard to say if the storms are going to hold together enough to produce that hail, but we are under a pretty good hail threat here. Right now we've seen penny to nickel size hail. Let's hope it doesn't get larger than that. Isbiet County. I'm not sure what county you mean, Valerie. Isbiet. Trying to think of how that could have been typed differently to figure out what county it is. Say that again. I'll stay on for another minute or so, Valerie. Tell me about that county again. Any rain for Elmendorf? Not yet, but Elmendorf, I would say it's likely for you guys. I would say about 1 to 2 inches possible around, say, 11 to midnight, maybe a few minutes after that. Bear County. It was I can see Bear County out of that now. Thank you. Yeah, Bear County, I would say there's a very good chance for high wind and hail. I would say at this point, a very good chance for small hail and wind of 40 to 50 miles an hour. Decent shot at higher than that. How badly for Divine? About the same. I would say there's a good chance for damaging wind 40 to 50 miles per hour. Not as much of a chance for higher than that, but there is that threat. Lots of rain coming, Kyler. I would say about 1 to 2 inches are a good bet. A little higher than that, though, possible. Charlene and Brian. Let's take a look. See him way up there. Where are we here? There's Waco. Oh, that's Oklahoma. Oh, there's Dallas. Let's see. Yeah, looks like a pretty good line all the way. Wow, all the way from Dallas down to west of Waco. That's not one that's coming here, though, but that's a nice line of storms there. By nice, I mean well put together. I wouldn't say it's a good thing because we've got severe storms up there towards the Dallas area. Bow Echo, I would say, Aaron, it's somewhat like a Bow Echo, more like a broken line at this point. I would say it's looking like it's more like a cluster at this point. I'm not seeing a Bow Echo kind of forming yet, so nothing in the middle that's kind of making the storms jut out, showing that we've got that crazy line. Looking for that little bow out to form, and just not seeing that quite yet. Seguin, we're looking at about the same as everyone else from San Antonio westward. I would say good chance for damaging wind at 40 to 50 miles per hour, possibly stronger, small hail, and about 1 to 2 inches of rain. Yeah, definitely stay safe out there. Yeah, no problem, Kayla. My pleasure. Stone Oak, New Braunfels, about the same thing. Basically from, let me zoom in. Take a line, draw it from just south of Pleasanton to just south of Del Rio. Everything north of that about the same. 1 to 2 inches, maybe 3 inches of rain. Locally more than that. Damaging wind possible, greater than 55 miles an hour, and small hail possible. Could see large hail too. Anything from Pleasanton westward, just south of Del Rio, everything north of that. So we're talking San Antonio, Hondo, Uvalde, Elmendorf, New Braunfels, Bernie, Kerrville, Fredericksburg. And where we're seeing it right now, those in our northwest counties. That severe thunderstorm warning for western Edwards, Valverde County, and northwestern Kinney until 9:45. The one for Rock Springs, including northern Edwards, till 9:15. Copper's Clove. Where's Copper's Clove? Stephanie asking. Copper's Cove.
Is kind of
Clove.
Near Killeen, that area.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I would say storms for Killeen too, absolutely. It looks like I would say everyone really north of San Antonio, all the way up to North Texas and the border to Oklahoma, seeing this shot at storms. Yeah, everyone's getting in on this one. Unless you're south of San Antonio, the chance much lower. Heavy rain or light rain at 6 to 7 a.m. Depends on where you are, Kaylee. In our eastern counties, I will say a good chance for heavier rain. Further west, not as great of a chance. 4:30 a.m. drive. Eric, if you're in San Antonio, I'm thinking by 4:30, not so bad. There could be leftover showers or storms, but I'm thinking the severe threat much lower. All right, so that is the update. I'm going to have more tonight on Ken's 5 News at 10. I got to head in the studio. We're going to have on Ken's 5, or on Ken's 5, we're going to have after the game, raining threes, Sean Elliott, Bill Taylor, and who else is there? Oh, Nate Ryan, of course, sports guy. They're going to be on for half an hour after the game, and then we'll have Ken's 5 News at 10 after that. So have a good evening. It is a fast-moving storm. Yes, Karen, that is definitely true, and thankfully is the case. So the flooding threat, not as great, but we do still have that threat. All right, hope to see you guys tonight at 10. If not, have a great weekend, and stay tuned to Ken's 5 and Ken's 5 Plus for your latest weather updates as the severe weather rolls on in. Take care, everyone. Hi everyone, I'm back. Meteorologist Jeremy Baker here. See a lot of comments since here. Let's see. Questions. Weather Channel says we'll be under it from 1 to 4:30. Trying to think what Erica meant by that. Well, we're going to be under it for, I would say, in San Antonio from about, I would say 11 p.m. or so till about 1 a.m. is the worst of it, if that's what you're going at. No, Bill Taylor will not be on tonight. It was his birthday yesterday, so he's off tonight and last night and tonight. I'm here for him. Yes, everyone stay safe. Good idea. Good idea. Is that Rudy? I like the way you spell your name. Well, I thought I'd pop back on because we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let me zoom in on that. And there it is right there. There's the info. Edwards and Kerr County. Whoop, no, that one. Come back. There it is. Edwards and Kerr County. Northern Edwards and northern Kerr County until 10:15. Let me check out this story here, or this storm real quick. 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail with that storm as it moves off to the east-southeast at about 25 miles per hour. Sounds like it's moving slow, but these storms are actually moving at a pretty good clip. That's some good news. We don't want them to hang on too long because that could result in more flash flooding, and we don't need that. But we do need the rainfall. All right, so we have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings. The new one for Edwards and northern Kerr County until 10:15. Then the one further west, it's the big one, for central and eastern Valverde County, northwestern Kinney, and northwestern, really western Edwards County for that huge area of thunderstorm activity. A lot of lightning with that one. This one has had a history of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail as it moves off to the east. So we're still seeing quite a bit of lightning with that one there, a lot of wind. No tornadoes, that's the good news. We do have a small tornado threat, but so far it's been wind and very small hail, lots of lightning, and of course the very heavy downpours. Oh, the Spurs just got something, didn't they? People watching the end of this. What's the score?
They're up by 1.
Up by how much time?
20 seconds.
Up by 1 with 20 seconds. I can't be doing this. No, I do. It's okay. It's going to continue whether I'm doing this or not. All right, whether I'm doing this. Get it? Whether. All right, so here's the hail tracker. You can see penny-sized hail, very small hail, for eastern Valverde County and western Edwards County. So we haven't seen large hail. That's the good news. Up there in northern Edwards and I guess getting close to northern Kerr County, that area of hail looks like it's smushed down a little. It's not quite as large, not quite as strong, so that's good news. As these storms progress to the east, the atmosphere not quite as unstable, so hopefully they do not get any stronger as they get closer and move into San Antonio and Bexar County. Let me show you here real quick. We've got a severe thunderstorm watch in effect for most of our area from Bexar County westward to Valverde County, running until 3 in the morning. You can see it right there, all the counties shaded in pink. Also a flash flood watch for the same counties until tomorrow at 1 p.m. 1 to 3 inches of rain possible in all those counties. So mainly north of, I would say, Pleasanton to just north of Eagle Pass. All the areas north of that is where the main threats are tonight. Oh, we got a question. How's the weather looking for Marion, Texas? I would say about the same. Storms moving in sometime between about 11 or so, midnight. The severe storms lasting until about 1 or so. And then beyond that, things should be a little quieter. There could be leftover showers or storms, though. It could possibly miss Divine, Allen. It's going to be a close one for Divine at this point. I would say anything south of Bexar County, really south of northern Atascosa County, for the most part in the clear, unless more storms develop on the southern end of the storms we're seeing right now. And I'll just go right back to the radar and show you what I'm talking about. If you take that, move it westward a little, take the southern edge of that storm, seeing a little more lightning though, it's the southern tip of Valverde County. Extend that off to the east, that covers Bexar County really for the most part. Take that line, anything north of that, best chance. Anything south of that, not much of a chance at all. So kind of right on the edge there. But I am seeing some more lightning developing a little further southwest, so it could be expanding a little further south. So it definitely does bear some watching. But for now, the main activity, the worst of it is in eastern Valverde, western Edwards, western Kinney, and northern Kerr County. And that's for 60 to 70 mile per hour winds and penny-sized hail as those storms move off to the east. All right, going to head back into the studio, and I will be on KENS 5 News at 10. Not Bill Taylor tonight. He's off for a couple birthdays. His birthday, a couple days of birthday celebrations. Well, Spurs again. All right, I'm going to head out. I'll see you at 10 o'clock, everyone. Stay safe, stay inside. Have a good night. I'll see you at 10. Good evening, everyone. Meteorologist Jeremy Baker here on a stormy Friday night. Hope you enjoyed the Spurs game. They squeeze it out at the end, and overtime, good stuff. All right, we are watching severe weather, and I'm just going to start right with the radar here. That's what we're talking about, and it's what most people are concerned about. You see that line of storms that is heading down to the east-southeast, headed right for San Antonio? It's weakened a little bit over the past hour or so, so it's not quite as strong. If you have any questions, feel free to ask here online. I'm following along on Facebook Live. We have two severe thunderstorm warnings to talk about. First, the older one. This is back westward. This is for Valverde County and moving towards the Brackettville area, also Kinney County. This storm has had a history of producing 70-mile-per-hour winds and also golf ball size hail. And you can see it's moving away from Del Rio, and it looked like the hail core moved right over Del Rio over the past, say, 30 minutes or so. Oh, Jesse just said some power outages in Del Rio. I assume you're in Del Rio. If so, did you see the hail or the wind? Are you out of power? I'm not surprised at all. That was a pretty strong storm that moved through. Was that just in the past, say, 15 minutes or so, Jesse? That storm is now pushed into Kinney County. Looks like the worst of it will likely pass just to the north of Brackettville. But you're seeing some storms just to the north of you, Brackettville, northeast near Camp Wood as well. Hopefully not too many power outages, and hopefully it doesn't last too long, Jesse. So that's that one there. In addition, there's, of course, a heavy rain threat, but it's moving at a pretty good clip, so that's good news. The one in Del Rio, they move kind of slow, the northern edge of that warning box, it looked like. But we had this storm stretching northward through Uvalde County, in southern Real County as well. And you see it in Kerr County. That's the latest one that was issued. It's for Gillespie, Kendall, and Kerr, mostly Kerr County, but parts of Gillespie and Kendall County as well. So Kerrville's right in the middle of it. I'm sure if you're in Kerrville right now, you see the lightning, you hear the thunder. We'll see how much hail there is in just a minute. But this one also has that history of 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Hail not as large there. We'll say about penny-sized to maybe nickel-sized hail at best with that one there. Let's take a look at the hail tracker and see. There we go. All right, first, well, there's the one in Kerr County. You see, get the small size hail up there. It's in the purple, so not too strong, or not too large, rather, so that's good news. But here's the one in Del Rio, and it's holding together pretty well as it's moved down to Kinney County. It looks like they just canceled the warning box for Valverde County, so it's mainly just Kinney County now. And that hail core, it's still pretty small, but it looks like Brackettville, you are going to get clipped with this here. It looks like, as long as it holds it together for maybe another, I would say about another 20 to 25 minutes or so. So hail with that one, winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour. Strong wind and pea-size hail. Glad it was just pea-size. Don't need more than that. Thanks for letting us know. Really appreciate that. It's great to have more eyes out there on these storms. No doubt about that. All right, let's load that back up there again. Look at the radar back up. Come on, baby. It's getting there. A little slow on this computer here. It's Friday night. We'll blame the weather. Why not? There you go. There's that line of storms. Now, there was a severe thunderstorm warning, really about 4 or 5 counties covering this warning here up until 10:30, so about 30 minutes ago. Had a lot of it during our newscast between 10 and 10:30. But in the middle of that line at weekend, but on the edges of it, for Kinney County up towards Kerr County, that's where the heaviest of the activity is, the strongest wind, also the hail, but in between, not a whole lot. But it looks like San Antonio is still headed this direction, though. But it's slowed down a little bit. So we were looking at about an 11 to 1 a.m. time frame. Now it's looking closer to like midnight to 2 a.m. So if you're waiting to go to bed till after the storms, you're going to have to wait till 2. Eastern County's a little later than that. Let me show you this here. We have a severe thunderstorm watch for much of our area. It's all the counties shaded in pink. So Bexar County, westward to Valverde County, all of the hill country, up towards Austin as well. Yeah, it does look like it's breaking up. Definitely, Louise. Yeah, definitely. Might hold together a little bit more, though, because there weren't any severe thunderstorm warnings on the north edge of that line of storms. Now there is that one for Kerr County and Gillespie and Kerr and Gillespie mostly. The same counties under the watch are also under a flood watch. That's until 1 p.m. tomorrow for a good chance for 1 to 3 inches of rain, maybe a little more than that because the storms have slowed down. So even though they might not be at severe weather criteria, winds of over 55 miles an hour and large hail, they still could drop quite a bit of rainfall, especially if it slows down even more. We do have a weather impact alert out for all this. It's been in effect all evening long, and it's going until the morning tomorrow, through the morning. Obviously, for strong to severe storms, could have the 1 to 3 inches of rainfall, large hail, gusts, 30 mile per hour or greater. So obviously we've had that. We've had up to 70 now. And there is a small tornado threat. We haven't seen any tornado warnings or circulation indicating tornadoes. So So far, nothing like that. I'm thinking it's mostly a wind threat and hail threat at this point. All right, let's go down to the Futurecast here so we can show you exactly when the storm is going to be at what times. Oh, we already went ahead to Saturday. All right, let's start back here. Here we are. Oh, it's going to try to reset. Let's not do that. All right. Okay, so here we are. Let's go back in time. It keeps wanting me to do some things here. All right. So here we are at midnight, still on the doorstep of San Antonio. So it's showing up till 1 or 2 a.m. So this model, the graph model, says it doesn't want to get here till 1 or 2 a.m. So it might be, I'm going to say 2 a.m. for San Antonio and not clearing until about 3 to 4. So I would say about 1 to 3 a.m. for San Antonio and areas along that I-35 corridor. So San Antonio, down towards Devine, up towards New Braunfels, San Marcos, up to Austin, same time frame. A little earlier for Hondo, a little earlier than that for Uvalde. Eastern County, so we're talking about Gonzales, towards Hallettsville, and down maybe east of Floresville, about 2 to 3 to 4 a.m. That's really 3 to 4 a.m. when that's on top there. And then moving out by 4 to 5 a.m., most of the severe stuff should be gone. So by daybreak tomorrow for sure. Behind it though, you can see some residual showers and storms in and around San Antonio. So those will move through afterwards as the upper low pushes through. It's bringing all this. But they shouldn't be as strong because the atmosphere will have largely stabilized by then. So not anticipating much beyond the initial line. But we are forecasting a good amount of rain. Let's see what the model shows now for rain totals. And it was showing about 1 to 2 to 3 inches for areas north of Pleasanton. So say Adair County westward towards Uvalde. Now it's showing 2 to 3. So that's showing us we're going to have more widespread heavier amounts, more localized flash flooding, street flooding. So if you're in a neighborhood that typically floods or water pools up, a good chance for that, especially from Uvalde, Hondo, San Antonio, northward to Bernie and Kerrville. Kerrville, you're about to get that storm right now, upwards towards Austin as well. So that's what we're looking at. Let's go right back to the radar before I head off of here. Severe thunderstorm watch until 3 in the morning for much of our area. Oh, now we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Kinney County. It's for that same storm that prompted the severe thunderstorm warning in west parts of the county. Now it's for the rest of the county moving off to the east. And that's, again, for 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, hail the size of golf balls, and that includes Bracketville. So if you are in Kinney County, in central Kinney County, anywhere from the western edge to east of Bracketville, you've got the storms now. You'll see more of it, especially from Bracketville eastward over the next 30 to 45 minutes. Bryan, Texas, not looking as bad. Well, won't look as 7 a.m. Oh, you're not driving until 7 a.m. Is that right, Anderson? I think you're going to be fine at 7 a.m. There could be some leftover showers or storms, but nothing severe. So I wouldn't worry about it. Maybe get up a little early and check the weather right before you leave, but not anticipating anything major like what's happening now. The worst of it should have moved out by then. But you might take a little extra time if there are some leftover showers and storms. All right, so that's where we have the worst of the weather now. I'll keep an eye on it. I'll be here for at least the next few hours. I believe Paul Morales will be in the early morning hours. And then Roxy will be doing the morning show tomorrow. So that is all for now. I'll be back as conditions warrant, and we'll keep you updated on air and online. Thank you, guys. arrow is pointing, that's what we're concerned about. So if this is moving to the east again at about 13 miles it's about 13 miles south of Blanco, moving east at 65. So it's really picked up speed in the last, say, several minutes or so as it starts to move into northern Comal County. New Braunfels, you're not in the path of this here. You are in the path of the storm, but not this specific part of the storm where we do have that tornado warning. Again, where we see the colors meeting up, where we have the greens and the blues meeting up with the purples and red, that's where we're concerned. You see a big line of that there. It's not that entire line. It's where the Weather Service believes there is enough circulation there, right where that arrow is pointing, for the possibility of that radar-indicated tornado. We'll back that up again there. Now, these storms have had a history, I'm going to go back to the regular radar, of producing 70-mile-per-hour winds, and that is strong enough to be considered an EF0 tornado. So even without a tornado warning, these storms have been strong enough to produce winds with the strength of an EF0 tornado. That's 65 miles per hour or greater, and that's why we do have that severe thunderstorm watch, thunderstorm warning box that is in effect, that large one there. And we do have another severe, actually no, it's not anymore. It was a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Kinney County. And you see that right there, east of Brackettville, west of Uvalde. That storm has now dropped below severe weather limits, but it still has a lot of lightning. And you can see this line of storms. The initial line is what we're concerned about. And it's producing that large area of severe thunderstorm warnings, including Bexar County and San Antonio, eastern Bandera County. We're seeing Bernie covered under that severe thunderstorm warning as well. And that's Kendall County, eastern Kerr County. Most of Kerr County is now out of it. It looks like Kerr County is now out of it, but we are still seeing it for Kendall County, moving towards Comal County, and extreme southern Blanco County, and also Hayes County in that severe thunderstorm watch warning box. But the tornado warning in effect for northern Comal County, also for southern Blanco, southern Hayes, and eastern Kendall County. Again, this is a radar indicated circulation. No reports of a tornado on the ground as of yet. We'll continue to watch that though, but again, radar indicated rotation with this one. So now is the time to take your tornado safety precautions if you are in that tornado warning area. That means get inside, obviously, get into an interior room in the middle of your house, preferably a room without windows, and do your best to cover yourself up with a blanket, a mattress. For kids, bicycle helmets are great. As much as you can put between you and the tornado as possible, the better. Again, an interior room away from windows until the storm has cleared. And you can see there's not as much lightning as we saw earlier. So that's some good news. The storm may be weakening a bit. It was stronger, say about an hour or so further off to the west in our western counties, but we do still have that tornado warning. Again, that is for southwestern Hayes, south central Blanco, southeastern Kendall County, and northern Comal County. That does include the Canyon Lake area. That storm is moving in right now. So if you are hearing this, if you are watching this, now is the time. Turn up your TV as loud as you can, head into that interior room away from windows, and do as best as you can to put as much between you and the tornado as possible. Let's widen the view here and show you what's going on area wide. Now, these storms have all had a history of producing 60 to 70 mile per hour winds and as large as golf ball sized hail on the southern end of that line, heading towards the Uvalde area. That storm is not producing a severe thunderstorm warning right now. It was in Kinney County, but we don't have any warnings further off to the east. So it's just that large area of severe thunderstorm warning that we're seeing with the worst of it right now. So Bernie, Bandera, it's already moved through Bandera for the most part. The worst of it is moving out. Helotes, it's knocking on your doorstep right now. Hondo, look off to the northwest and you can see the lightning. You probably hear the thunder. Seminole, Uvalde, it's right on top of you right now. So you're on the southern edge of that, but there is that other storm. You're going to have a little break, and then the next one moves in just a few minutes later. It's west of 55, just east of Brackettville. So you've got it there, but no, it's not severe, but it could still pack quite a punch. There's the one we're concerned about the most. It's that cell that is producing that tornado warning. Again, we have not heard reports of actual tornado on the ground, but there is a radar indicated circulation the Weather Service says was strong enough. They had to issue that tornado warning running until 12:15 for southwestern Hayes, southwestern or south central Blanco County rather, southeastern Kendall County, and northern Comal County. And even if there is no tornado, it is still packing a punch with 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, which is strong enough to be considered an EF0 tornado. That's 60 miles per hour or greater, 65 to 75 miles per hour. So even without that possible tornado, it is still going to be a very strong storm. And you can see San Marcos also on the eastern edge of that tornado warning polygon. So if this does hold together, San Marcos, you're likely going to see that too. You're going to see thunderstorms, that's for sure, and likely severe as well. But Still have yet to be seen if that tornado warning is going to be extended. It only was issued several minutes ago, so we're going to keep our eyes on that one. But again, Canyon Lake is in the middle of that tornado warning. Again, no reported tornado on the ground, but the circulation great enough that the Weather Service did say, yeah, we better issue a tornado warning. And you can see it pretty much right where that arrow is pointing. That's where the most likely location of any tornado would be. It's where the red and purple colors are meeting up with the blue and the green. And you see a lot of that there along a line, all the way, really dissecting your screen in half right now, right there from east of Johnson City down to Blanco. But it's really in that one area right there in extreme eastern Blanco County that we're concerned about, and extreme northern Comal County, headed towards, say, the Wood Creek area and Canyon Lake. That's what we're concerned about for this possible tornado there, where you see the purples and the reds meeting up with the blue and green just to the south of Blanco, north of Canyon Lake. Canyon Lake right in the middle of that tornado warning there too. So it really, I would say it's northern Comal County is likely the location for any tornado if there is one happening right now. But for now, it's Doppler radar indicated. So there is the possibility for that tornado. And we can take a look at our TransGuide cameras. We have quite a bit of rain falling across much of our area as well. You can see it there. That's 281 and Valverde. Doesn't look too heavy right now, but in northeastern or northern Bexar County, rather, that's what we're looking at there. And take a look at SkyCam. We've got a lot of cloud cover there. Yeah, that's a really scary looking picture there. Looking at San Antonio, you can see a lot of the light shining off the bottom of the cloud, showing us the clouds are very low in the sky right now. So we're seeing a lot of that activity on the cameras. Go back to the radar and you can see the storms moving into Bexar County right now, northern Bexar County. So just on the doorstep of 1604. San Antonio, you're probably within 30 minutes of seeing this, maybe even a little bit sooner. This radar loop is over the past 2 hours or so to kind of gauge where it's been. Yeah, I would say within half an hour to San Antonio. The good news for San Antonio, the worst of it's to the north. The bad news for those to the north, unfortunately, is that tornado warning. Again, that is for southeastern or southwestern Hays County, southeastern Kendall County, south central Blanco County, and northern Comal County. And I would say northern Comal County has the best chance of seeing any kind of a tornado there. Obviously, we don't want that, but this is a radar indicated tornado. Circulation is strong enough that the Weather Service said we got to issue a tornado warning, and that runs until 12:15. Again, radar indicated, not one on the ground as of yet. We haven't heard anything from weather spotters about anything on the ground. But besides the tornado warning, we have that severe thunderstorm warning for Bernie, westward towards Bandera. You're almost out of the woods with that, though. Gray Forest, you can see lightning to your north and northwest and west. San Antonio, I'm sure you see the lightning and hear the thunder. It's heading into Bexar County right now. So that's how it looks right now. Again, radar indicated tornado, that warning for southwestern Hays, south central Blanco County, southeastern Kendall, and northern Comal County. That is running until 12:15 in the morning. We're going to continue keeping our eyes on this, and we're going to break into programming. We're going to keep on, though, for a while until this warning is over, until 12:15 in the morning. Let's widen the view and show you what else we're looking at here. You can see we have the main line of storms stretching from Austin all the way southwestward into northwestern Bexar County, westward into Uvalde and into Hondo as well. And Uvalde seeing the southern edge of that one storm. But again, like I said a few minutes ago, we've got another storm to the west of that one. That one is going to move in after a little bit of a break for you, Uvalde. But the good news is that has weakened below severe weather limits. Further off to the west, the upper level low is still pushing into our area, so we're going to have some more residual showers and storms behind that first line of storms. And those aren't severe. So Del Rio, you already saw severe weather with golf ball size hail and winds of over 70 miles an hour that knocked out a lot of power for a lot of southern Valverde County and Del Rio. We're seeing some more lightning now, but none of that is severe. Kerrville, you had a lot of activity earlier on. You had a severe thunderstorm warning. That has expired. Now it's just regular plain old rain, some isolated lightning still in there, but nothing severe. All of our attention is turned to the northern part of this line and this tornado warning, which runs until 12:15 in the morning. Canyon Lake, you're right in the middle of that now. It looks like some of that tornado warning has been carved away by the Weather Service. So parts of the warning not existing anymore, but it does look like northern Comal County and parts of Blanco County still seeing a lot of that warning as that storm continues to push off to the east, moving at about 65 miles per hour. So it is moving pretty quick into Hays County, out of Blanco County. And the good news is, because of that quick speed, we're not going to see as much of a flooding potential with this. Let me show you, talk about the rainfall real quick here and how much we're anticipating. Here is the forecast rainfall amounts through the storm event, and that's basically through tomorrow. And you'll see a lot of the this forecast model, the graph is showing about 2 to 3 inches from Uvalde, and that's because of those those dual storms moving through. Hondo, 2.5. San Antonio, Bexar County, a lot of the county seeing between 2 and 3 inches of rain in this forecast. So if this verifies, there will be some localized flash flooding, mostly street level flooding in neighborhoods where the water doesn't drain as well. That's what we're thinking. But further to the north, not as much once you get beyond Kerrville to the north. And notice, once you get further to the south, say from Pleasanton south of Uvalde, we're not seeing much of the rainfall at all. So it's pretty much where we're seeing it on the radar right now. Draw a line directly there off to the east, and that north of that line is where the heaviest of the rainfall is going to be. Taking another look at our TransGuide cameras, here is 281 and Wilderness Oak. You can see that rain's pretty heavy there. Cars moving along fine, but you can see a lot of the water on the roadways. A lot of the street lights are shining off the water. Thankfully, not a lot of traffic, but if you are planning to do any driving, say in the next half an hour to an hour or so, I would do your best in San Antonio to hold off. We're going to have some more rain and possibly thunder and lightning behind these storms that move through, but I would try to hold off for at least another hour or so until these storms push through. They're moving at a pretty good clip. The one that is prompting that tornado warning is moving at about 65 miles per hour. So that is moving at a good clip. So thankfully, it's not going to be around all that long, but it is packing quite a punch. Along with that tornado warning, of course, we have that severe thunderstorm warning that is impacting San Antonio, northwestward to Bernie, and parts of eastern Bandera County, southern parts of Kendall into Comal, southern Hayes County. We're moving into Hayes County, rather, and the Kyle area. Let's zoom back into that tornado warning, and you can see Canyon Lake is right in the middle of that. Canyon Lake, there it is, popping up there. Canyon Lake right in the middle of that. The warning had been further off to the west, but as that storm has progressed to the east, it is getting slowly shaded away from the west to the east as that storm pushes through. I'm going to check the data here real quick here on the Weather Service website, make sure that nothing has been updated with the tornado warning. Looks about the same, so that's some good news. It was issued about 6 minutes ago, the latest on this one here, and it does say the storm is capable of producing a tornado. It was located over Fisher. It's about 8 miles to the northwest of the Canyon Lake Dam, moving off to the east at 65 miles per hour. Again, the hazard with this one, a tornado, and this is Doppler indicated with the circulation as it moves into northern Comal County. Let's go back to the velocity and see. Let me get that to load up here real quick so I can manipulate the graphic and show you where everything is going on here. Give it just a second. There it goes. All right, let me zoom in on the areas we're talking about. And this is for northern Comal and western Hayes. So you see it right there north of Canyon Lake, where you see that bend in the green where it meets up with the red, the dark red. That's where we're seeing that possible rotation, right where that arrow is pointing, and the possible tornado. Again, nothing has been reported on the ground. However, this is Doppler indicated, and that is enough. You see that blue right there. I'm going to zoom in on it. See where the blue is meeting up with the green just to the west of the red. There's that circulation we're talking about right there. And where that circulation is, that's where that possibility of a tornado is. It includes Canyon Lake, San Marcos, Wimberley, all in that tornado watch box. And there it is right there along FM 306, and it's moving off to the east. So if you're along 306, say near, was that 484 it just popped up? There it was, yeah, FM 484 headed towards FM 3424. That's where this possible tornado is, and that circulation is looking fairly significant now, where you have the blues meeting up with the greens just to the west of the red, where you have the red colors, the red and orange, that's inbound colors, outbound, the green and blue. So where you have those meeting up, that's where you have that circulation possibly forming, and that's where that possibility of a tornado is there in northern Comal County, just to the north of Canyon Lake. So if you're in the Wimberley area, San Marcos, this is where you want to pay attention. Let's put this into motion here. You can see where it's going. It's really moving directly east. Let me slow that down a little bit so you can see where it's going. Let's go right about there. So you can see it moving into Comal County with a possible rotation. And right there, you see that dark blue showing up just to the northwest of Canyon Lake. That's where there's a good possibility of a tornado as it moves to the east. And you can see that's possible circulation right there. I'm going to put the white arrow pointing at it right there, the middle of that circulation between the blue and where you have the gray. And the green is right in the middle there. And orange and red are inbound colors. Outbound colors are blue and green. Those are colors that move away or towards the radar. And you have those different colors so we can pick out where the winds are moving into the radar, where they're moving out away from the radar. That is in New Braunfels. And that is in northern Comal County, north of Canyon Lake, for that possible tornado. Let me update the Weather Service website, make sure there is no updated information about this tornado warning. Make sure it's still Doppler radar indicated and not an actual tornado on the ground. This is the only tornado warning we've seen so far tonight. We've had a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings, but this tornado warning, fairly significant at this point. We're not seeing a tornado on the ground, but again, still radar indicated. There is that tornado warning watch box that includes Canyon Lake, Wood Creek, and western portions of San Marcos. This was issued at about 11:45, this tornado warning, and it includes portions of southwestern Hayes, south central Blanco, east central Kendall, and northeastern Comal. I would say northeastern Comal and also Hayes County, western Hayes County, seeing the best shot at seeing the worst of this storm right now. So if you're north of Canyon Lake, you're likely getting in on that action right now. You have the tornado, if there is a tornado, it's likely just north of Canyon Lake. Wimberley, you should be getting into your tornado safety locations now, your tornado shelter, as you would call it. If you're at home, you want to get into an interior room of your house, a room away from windows. Put as much as you can between the tornado and you as possible. Cover yourself up with anything you can, a mattress, a blanket. For kids or adults, if you have bicycle helmets, do your best to protect your head as much as you can to protect your entire body as you can. But also, if you're listening to this on TV, turn up the TV as loud as possible so you can hear us from your tornado safe shelter in your home, or take your phone with you. We've got this on kens5.com and of course, obviously on air right now. So the worst of it likely right now in northern Comal County, heading into western Hayes County. This storm, besides the threat for a tornado, has had a history of producing 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, which anything over 65 is strong enough to be considered an EF0 tornado. That's 65 to 75 miles per hour. So even if there is no tornado, the winds are strong enough, straight line damaging winds, to cause a significant amount of damage as that storm continues to move through your area. Now, the locations under this warning, the Weather Service has them all listed out: San Marcos, Wimberley, Canyon Lake Dam, Wood Creek, Fisher, Spring Branch, Twin Sisters, Driftwood, Smithson Valley, Sattler, Hayes City. All of those towns, if you heard your town, now is the time for you to be in your tornado safe place in your home. If you're planning to do any driving in any of these areas, including in the severe thunderstorm warning area, which includes San Antonio and Bernie, do your best not to go anywhere. Of course, it's late at night. Thankfully, most people at home, but a lot of people are probably sleeping as well. We don't like these overnight storms because it's a lot harder to see them coming. People aren't awake. So if you know anyone in these areas, give them a call. Make sure they're awake and they're in a safe place, because the last thing you want to be is sleeping and have no idea this is coming your way. So again, tornado warning is in effect until 12:15 for southwestern Hayes, south central Blanco, east central Kendall, and northeastern Comal counties. Let's zoom in and take a look at the latest velocity image. This is the best way to pick out where possible circulation is right now. And we're going to put that white arrow right over top of where we think it may be. And you see it right there, where you see the blue meeting up with the green. Not seeing as strong of a possibility of a circulation there, so that's definitely some good news. But right where that white arrow is pointing is the most likely location for any kind of a tornado. That's where we saw the greater circulation earlier. So with the latest sweep, we're not seeing anything nearly as strong as before. So even about 5 minutes ago, we saw those darker blues making almost a clear circle. And to the right of that, we saw the kind of grayish, reddish purple color. And right in the middle there is where that possible circulation is. And the good news, it's not looking quite as strong in the last radar sweep, so that's good news. But there is still a good circulation there to give us the possibility for that tornado, and also seeing that tornado warning. And you can see it right there along FM 3424. I was saying it was headed that way. It looks like it might possibly, if there is a tornado, be right over top of that now, the worst of that storm right over top of there. And you can see some of the blue pixels are a little darker to the right or the east of the green. You see some of those darker red pixels right in between the two is where the possibility for that tornado exists along FM 3424. And as that continues to move off to the east, areas along FM 32 could be impacted. FM 305, it's moving out of that area now. But if you're in FM 3424 and anywhere along FM, let me zoom right back in there, FM 32, you definitely want to be in your tornado safe place right now. And it looks like it's about to head out of Comal County and head into western Hayes County, the largest tornado threat. So it still exists there for northeastern Comal, heading into western haze. Western haze, you're already seeing a lot of that lightning, possibly seeing a lot of that rainfall, but we're most concerned about that area right there that's about to move out of Comal County into western Hays County about that warning. Let's go back to the radar. And you can see part of that tornado warning now has been shaved away. So it's northeastern Comal and western Hays County that are still under this. The other counties have been dropped from it. So San Marcos, Wimberley, Wood Creek, obviously you're still in the middle of this tornado warning right now that is running until 12:15. Got another alert from the Weather Service. It's just the same tornado warning. So they just reiterated that warning is still in place until 12:15. Widening the view, you can see that orange watch box or yellow watch box. That's the severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect for San Antonio, northwestern parts of San Antonio, basically the northern 2/3 of Bexar County into Comal County and Hays. Southern Blanco County over towards Bernie. Hondo, you're seeing some storms headed your way, but not severe. But all those locations included in that severe thunderstorm watch box, especially, say, Bernie, you're seeing it now. San Antonio, just about to move in. It's had a history of producing 70-mile-per-hour winds and golf ball-sized hail. The hail doesn't look to be as large right now. Let's actually take a look at the hail tracker and see about the hail. We had much larger hail in Del Rio earlier, and there was that storm around Brackettville, just to the west of Uvalde. That weekend, as it moved into Brackettville, and you see just a small hail right now. How about the one over here where there is that tornado warning? Still, it looks like small size hail. So Canyon Lake, even though the warning is almost out for you, we still have that hail around. So you're likely seeing some of that small hail, seeing a lot of that lightning. The good news is not seeing the large hail there, but there is that tornado threat, and that is what we are concerned about the most. So we'll go right back to the radar, see how things are looking. Now, there was a lot more lightning with this earlier as it moved through our northwest counties. Uvalde, you're seeing a lot of that lightning right now as that next storm gets set to move in. That's why you're getting quite a bit of that rainfall. San Antonio hasn't seen a whole lot yet, but it's still moving in. Hondo, it is just to your northwest right now. But there's no tornado threat there. It's just where that tornado warning is. But still, those storms are going to pack quite a punch as they move through you, Hondo. Probably between 40 and 60-mile-per-hour winds as those storms push through. Locally, heavy downpours as well. And we do have a flash flood watch that's out for much of the area. Let me show you real quick the watches that we have going on right now. Severe Thunderstorm Watch is up for all the counties shaded in pink, and that includes that severe thunderstorm and tornado warning. So all the counties in pink until 3 in the morning. The same counties under a flood watch until 1 p.m. tomorrow, because we could see as much as 1 to 3 inches of rain area wide. Localized up to 4 to 5 inches. Let me show you real quick the graph model. Here's again how much rainfall it's expecting from Uvalde to San Antonio and Bexar County, between 2 and 3 inches. Up towards New Braunfels about 2 inches. You're getting a lot of the rain now. Bernie, you've probably seen the most of your rain already. Let me show you our future radar so you can see where it's going to be at what time. So here we are at 2 in the morning, still on top of San Antonio towards New Braunfels, Hondo. I'm thinking most of it ends by 2 o'clock, so this one might be a little bit slow at this point. But by 3 or 4 o'clock, the worst of it is in our eastern counties. So Hallettsville, Gonzales, over towards Columbus, out of our area, but east of New Braunfels, San Marcos, and east of 35 by 3 or 4 o'clock. So San Antonio out of the woods with the worst of it. Then Bernie out of the woods too. But you'll notice behind the initial line, we'll still see some leftover showers, leftover thunderstorms as that pushes through. That's as the upper level low moves through south central Texas. It'll squeeze out the rest of the moisture and give us a few more showers and storms. And as we head through the day Saturday, here's around sunrise, still see some leftover showers and storms in our eastern counties. And that's where the best chance of those will be throughout the day tomorrow. For the most part, you'll see mostly cloudy conditions, not a lot of rainfall, and then the clouds clear from the west to the east during the day tomorrow, especially around Del Rio or western counties. Sunshine comes back out. Eastern counties still seeing some residual showers and storms, but by Saturday night into Sunday morning, then things move out and we look great on Sunday. But we still have to get through tonight, and of course that is what we are concerned about the most. Let's go back to the radar, and we're going to see what areas we are concerned about. Again, it's that tornado warning, of course, that is focused right now, and I'll reiterate the warning for you. That is running until 12:15 in the morning for northern Comal County, northeastern Comal County, really moving away from the Canyon Lake area now and into western Hays County. That warning running until 12:15, besides the possibility for a tornado, and we haven't had any reports of an actual tornado on the ground. Radar indicated circulation. Besides that tornado threat, there is the hail threat. At this point, it looks like penny to nickel size hail is what I would say. And then the damaging wind threat. Winds have been up to 60 to 70 miles per hour anywhere within that severe thunderstorm warning, including northwestern San Antonio and the northern 2/3 of Bexar County, including Helotes, which now you're starting to see the getting on the rainfall, and you've had the lightning for a while, and you're seeing the thunder too. It's getting close to our studios here as well, where there is a severe thunderstorm warning also. Let's check out the radar velocity and see if we can pick out that circulation or possible circulation. It is right about here in northern Comal, about to head into haze. It's not looking as great from what I can tell here. I'm going to put it right about where we think it might be, and you can see it's kind of getting chopped up a little bit more. So, oh no, there it is right there. And we do see a little bit of a circulation in there, so we could be looking at a tornado. So far, we have not had any reports of tornado on the ground, but the circulation does remain right about there where that arrow is pointing. And if there is, there could be a little debris in there as well. But we haven't had any reports of an actual tornado on the ground. Continuing to check on that, though. And the latest radar sweep showing it looks like it might be getting dissolved a little bit. We're going to keep our fingers crossed on that one. It's hopefully moving into more stable air. But for now, we still have that tornado warning that's up for northeastern Comal and western Hayes County running until 12:15 this morning. So for about another 5 minutes, we'll have to see what the Weather Service does once we hit 12:15. We'll still be on the air until at least 12:15, and we'll see if a new warning is issued when that comes. Usually they either expire or warnings are extended or new ones are issued. For now, it is running until 12:15. Back to the radar so you can see where that warning is. That includes San Marcos, it includes Wimberley, and it includes Wood Creek. San Marcos on the very eastern edge of that polygon. Canyon Lake looks like just off to the west of you. So Canyon Lake, for the most part, you're going to be out of it now. It's really heading toward the border of Comal and Hayes, just about to move out of Comal County now within the next couple of minutes or so. So it's going to be mostly Hayes County. But if there is a tornado, it's in extreme northeastern parts of Comal County right now, northeast of the Canyon Lake area. Widening the view again, we're going to look at that severe thunderstorm watch box, or warning box rather, running until 12:15 also for San Antonio, New Braunfels, up towards the Kyle area. These storms, you can see they're kind of bowing off to the south and east. They've had a history of 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, up to golf ball sized hail, but that was further off to the west. We're looking at, I'm thinking, penny size to about nickel size hail with this. Let's take a look at the hail tracker and see if we have an update on the size. Yeah, not seeing a whole lot of hail there really with this storm at all. It's mostly a wind threat and of course that tornado threat, but again, it's Doppler indicated circulation, haven't had reports on the ground, but still we could have a tornado there, and we had seen quite a good circulation there a few minutes ago. Not as much in the way of hail. We're seeing where you have that darker purple color. That's on the lower end of the hail size range. So we're looking at maybe pea-size hail at that color there. So hail is not that much of a concern. New Braunfels, if you're north New Braunfels, there could be a little hail there. West of Buda, a little bit moving through there as well. So the hail, not too much of a concern at this point. Further down to the south of Uvalde, you're seeing a lot of that storm activity, nothing severe, but you are seeing some of that hail. Some pea-sized hail could move in there, so don't be surprised if you hear or see some of that hail. Nothing large, though. We're not seeing anything like that here anywhere across south central Texas. So that's definitely some good news. We do not want to see a large hail. Less of a severe weather threat, the better, no doubt about that. We'll widen the view again so you can see what's going on. Storm system moving through. We've got an upper level low to our north and west. That's going to swing through behind this initial line of storms, and it's going to wring out the atmosphere for a little bit more moisture, a little bit more shower and storm activity, and you can see it there on the radar. Let me load that back up again. Kerrville, you had a severe thunderstorm warning up until about half an hour ago. That is now gone, but you are seeing some leftover showers and storms. Nothing severe, though, just some light to moderate showers for you in Kerrville, up towards the Harper area, Fredericksburg as well. Nothing severe there. But behind that, we're not seeing as much activity once the second batch moves on through. Rock Springs, you're getting some thunderstorms as well, nothing severe, and we do have some moderate rain about to move in. But once again, Del Rio, just north of you, you're seeing quite a bit again. So Valverde County has been getting hit pretty hard tonight. Nothing severe right now, but just regular garden variety showers and thunderstorms, as we like to say. That means no severe or strong activity. It's mostly just regular thunderstorms without severe weather potential in those right now. So all the activity and all the focus mostly in the Bexar County over towards Comal and Hayes County area. Of course, that tornado warning is what we're concerned about the most. It's running until 12:15, so we'll see in about a minute or so if that gets extended or expanded eastward, or if it's allowed to expire. One of those three options usually happens. Let's go to the velocity once again. That's where we can pick out the direction of the wind in this specific cell. And I'm going to put it right where that arrow is. That's where any possibility of a tornado is, right in that area there. Let's zoom in a little bit more. and it'll be right about there. Let's try to get down to street level here. All right, you can see FM 2673 down there. Let me zoom out a little bit more. Yeah, it's about to cross the county line, where the location of any tornado possibly could be. So if you're in those areas, make sure to take your tornado safety precautions now. Head in any kind of a tornado shelter or any kind of, in your home, any room without windows. And you could, oh good, the latest sweep there showed quite an improvement. You see the colors kind of getting washed out a little bit more, and where you don't have a good discrepancy between the circulation, between the greens and the purples and the reds, that's where things start to clear out a little bit more. They're not quite as strong, where you don't have that circulation, the inbound and the outbound radar not showing the circulation nearly as great now. And you zoom out and you can see, looks like that tornado warning has been allowed to expire, and also the severe thunderstorm warning. So let me just refresh things here and make sure that is the case. Still showing up on the Weather Service website, but it looks like, yes, it has expired. So that is some good news. So now it looks like we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings or any tornado warnings going on right now. We do still have that severe thunderstorm watch box that is running for most of our counties. Let me go back to that real quick until 3 in the morning. So we do still have that threat, but that'll likely get shaded away as well over the next several minutes, or the next several hours rather, as those storms continue to push on through. You see right behind me there, all those pink counties. It's basically Bexar County, westward towards Valverde County, and northward, including all the hill country running until 3 a.m. We'll continue to keep our eyes on the radar here, but for now, all of the warnings have expired, but if any new ones get issued, we'll be right back on air and online to keep you updated as these storms roll on through. We need the rainfall, we don't need the severe storms, but everything should be clearing out over the next 12 to 24 hours. The severe threat, though, will be diminishing quite a bit over the next few hours. We'll break in again if conditions warrant. For now, we'll send you back to programming here on KENS 5. Hello everyone, meteorologist Jeremy Baker here. Just got done on Ken's 5 on air. Now we're online taking a look at this. And we had some severe thunderstorm warnings, one tornado warning, which has now expired, and now across the area, we do not have any current warnings that are active. So that is definitely some good news, but we do still have quite a bit of activity rolling through. I'm going to fire up Facebook on my phone so I can see any questions you might have here as we talk about the weather. Thankfully, things don't look quite as bad as they were a little while ago, but we do still have quite a bit of storm activity pushing through, and we do still have a severe thunderstorm watch. Let's put that up real quick for you. It's all the counties that are going to be shaded in pink that you're going to see here under a severe thunderstorm watch, and that is running until 3 in the morning. So that includes Bexar County, off westward towards Valverde County, so all the way towards the Rio Grande, and then further to the north, it includes the Hill Country as well. So all those areas still under that severe thunderstorm watch, but a lot of the atmosphere is stabilized once those storms move through. So western counties not seeing nearly as much of a threat. Also, these areas under a flash flood watch or flood watch running until 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, because we're seeing quite a bit of rainfall falling in a short amount of time. We're talking about 1 to 2 or 3 inches of rainfall in a lot of the areas. I'll get to the rainfall totals in just a little bit. Let's see, what are you saying here? Basketball size hail in Hondo? Really? Our hail tracker didn't show anything like that. I'd love to see a picture though, Martin. If you have that, send it in to us. Jonathan, starting to get really windy probably in San Antonio. Dr. Crasher Cyber Villain. Interesting name there. It's dying out. Yeah, we could use more of it to die out. We need the rainfall, but we definitely do not need the severe weather that is coming along with it. Let's go back to the radar. See quite a hefty line stretching from Uvalde through Hondo, northwestern Bexar County, including, looks like 410, northwestern parts of 410 around Helotes, starting to see that activity. Let's zoom in a little bit more. There we go. Okay, yeah, it's definitely into 1604 and between 1604 and 410. Hollywood Park, seeing that activity where you have the yellows and the oranges. That is where you have the moderate to heavy rain. New Braunfels, it's on your doorstep now. So that line moving through into New Braunfels. Further to the north, I'll zoom in there, in eastern Comal County and western Hayes. That's where we had that possibility for a tornado. We were looking at the velocity, and it was looking like there was a good circulation, not a tornado on the ground, a report of a tornado on the ground, but a report of circulation, Doppler indicated tornado. So, of course, the weather service will be out to see any damage if there is any and determine if that was a tornado, but for now it was Doppler radar indicated. That warning expired, expired at about 12:15. So San Marcos, it's pretty much heading towards your direction, that storm that did produce that tornado warning. North towards Dripping Springs, that's where you see more of the heavier rain. So right through central Hayes County, that's where the heaviest of the rain is now. So San Marcos to Dripping Springs, if you're anywhere along 35 between San Marcos and Austin, it's right to the west of you right now. So if you're outside, make sure you get inside. We don't have any tornado warnings, but never hurts to be in a tornado safe place, even in a severe thunderstorm warning. There are no severe thunderstorm warnings now, so it's dropped below severe thunderstorm criteria, which is 55 mile per hour winds or greater, but still 40 to 55 mile per hour winds is a pretty good punch. Let's see, misty, it's just now hitting Kyle. Thanks for letting us know. Raining over by Lackland, but not too bad. Let's go down to Lackland and see how it's going there. Yeah, this image is just before it moved through, so we're seeing that rainfall, moving into Lackland right now. Expect that, Debbie. I would say it's going to get heavier in the next minute or so. And that line, that part of the line is really kind of moving to the east-southeast. So that's where we're going to get some of those heavier rainfall totals. Let me go back to the future rainfall. Actually, let me take you first through it hour by hour and show you what we're expecting here. Let's load up that graphic. That's too far out. Here we go. Oh. Let's see, this wants me to do something different. It would shut down the computer. Let's not do that. All right, here we are at midnight. Well, that was midnight. Let's go to, let me refresh something here real quick here. Let me close the window. There we go. All right, so here we are at about 1 a.m. So still about half an hour from now. This future radar a little behind, so we'll go to about 2 a.m. Still seeing some around San Antonio. So some of everything working back westward to Hondo and Uvalde, that'll still be pushing through. That's why we could see quite a bit of rainfall out of this, rainfall totals. By about 3 to 4 o'clock, our eastern counties are seeing a lot of that rainfall. The heaviest of the rain, any severe weather threat should be pushing there. And further off to the west, just some residual showers and storms left over, including Bexar County, off towards Bernie, westward and northward towards Kerr County. Everything clearing out for western counties, mostly just clouds. And by daybreak tomorrow, we're looking at mostly cloudy skies. Just a few leftover showers and storms pushing through our eastern counties. The severe weather threat quite a bit lower by then. And then as we head through the morning on Saturday, we still see the southerly winds. But as that upper low pushes through, it's going to really dry things out quite quickly during the afternoon. And you'll see in our eastern counties, the threat still there for some rainfall, but nothing severe by Saturday evening. And then by Saturday night, most of that is out of here. And as we head towards Sunday morning, that's when high pressure starts to build back in. We're dry Sunday morning, and the rest of Sunday is looking good. Mostly sunny and highs into the 80s. Take a look at Facebook real quick here. All right, hey there, Bianca. It was pretty bad in Leon Valley. Let's go back to the radar, actually, before I read through all these here. See where everything is now. Leon Valley, not too far from our studios here. Come on, radar. It's coming back.
They're saying there's a new warning that's up in the...
Oh, yep, I just see it now.
DMA.
Yeah, let's go to that. Hold on one second here. Let me check on the latest warning here. All right, that is starting to move out of our area here that we covered, so that's good. But let me refresh this here and get to the details of the warning here. Give me just a second, everyone. All right, moving out of the Kyle area. All right. There we go. It's affecting Bastrop, Caldwell, Fayette, Guadalupe, Hayes, and Travis counties running until 1:15 in the morning. Let me get to that exact warning here, just to the south of Austin. Try to get to the Weather Service website here. I don't have another computer handy at this moment with my phone. All right, here we go. All right, we've got wind gusts at 50 to 55 mile per hour and half-inch hail with that. And that's a line extending from Hudson Bend to near Canyon Lake Dam. Canyon Lake, it looks like the worst of it is probably about over for you. It's moving to the east at 50 miles per hour. So again, wind gusts with this one moving at 50 to 55 miles per hour wind gusts, half-inch hail, and it's all radar indicated, of course. So gusty winds could knock down tree limbs, unsecured objects. Again, this is for Bastrop, so the Kyle area, and Fayette counties, Caldwell, Guadalupe, Hayes, and Travis counties. But this storm definitely moving at a pretty good clip at about 50 to 60 miles an hour off to the east. So it's moving out of our area, but New Braunfels being affected by the same line of storms to the south. So even though a lot of that warning is moving out of our forecast area, our broadcast area, down to the south, we're seeing some storms in New Braunfels that look almost as comparable as those to the north. So if you're in the Kyle area, the storms are moving in right now. If you're along Highway 21 near San Marcos, 80, State Route 183, the Lockhart area, it's just to your west. So now is the time to make sure you head inside. No tornado warning here, but it never hurts to have your tornado safety precautions handy. Have something to cover yourself up just in case. Know where you're going to go in your home in case there is a tornado warning, preferably a room, an interior room in your house, a room away from windows, and cover up yourselves with as much as possible to protect yourselves. A blanket, bicycle helmet, if kids have any bicycle helmets or adult bicycle helmets. The more you can put between you and the tornado as possible, the better. All right, let me read through some things here on Facebook. Let's see. Yeah, my pleasure, Eric. That's what we're here for, to keep you updated on the storm and tell you where it is and how safe you are or unsafe. Again, Bianca said it's pretty bad in Leon Valley. Alex Benitez, come home. Barnabas and I need you. You got hot cocoa. Well, that's good. Well, I got to stay here until the storms die down. I know Paul Morellis, I believe, is headed in here around 2 a.m. And I think by then my voice will probably be completely gone. It's starting to head out now. Get a little sore. Let's see, Dr. Crasher, nothing to worry about anymore. Just some good, quick rain. You're okay. And where were you again? You are, let's see, where was your original, your first one here? It's got to be somewhere in there. Looks like it's off my screen, unfortunately, but I'm glad you're good where you are now. All right, let's widen the view here. Besides that severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued for Bastrop, Caldwell, Fayette, Guadalupe, Hayes, and Travis, we do have that other line of the same line of storms that has been producing that. Let me go out and into the Facebook video. That should update the comments. There we go. Okay. Ooh, got a bunch here. All right. So Zachary, what about Bexar County? Well, Bexar County is seeing it right now. Let's say northern Bexar County, it's getting a lot better. Honestly, in the last radar image, it looks a lot better for Bexar County. We're still seeing some of that heavy rain, but we're not seeing the darker oranges and the reds. So that tells us this is weakening quite a bit. It doesn't look nearly as impressive as it did an hour ago. So Bexar County, it looks like it's 1604, 410. It's on you right now. Just took a look outside, and it's on top of our stations too in northwest Bexar County downtown. Alex, for you and Barnabas, make sure you're staying inside, but the worst of it's about to move in. But thankfully, it has weakened quite a bit in the past 15 to 20 minutes. Where else we got here? Judy Price, rain here, Southwest Loop 410 in Lackland. Yeah, it's definitely there right now. Let's zoom in on 410 in San Antonio. Right into Lackland, we're seeing the greens turn into yellows and oranges, and that's where the heaviest of the rain is and lightning. Yep, picking up quickly, I betcha. Carrizo Springs, any rain? Yeah, let's zoom out a little bit more. No, we're really not seeing it down there. Cotulla, Tilden, dry too. Yeah, nothing for Carrizo Springs. I think you're out of the woods for this. It's mainly to the north. You'll see it there. The southern edge of it, right where 57 on La Pryor, 57 and 83 intersect. Uvalde, it's about over for you, at least this round. Could have leftover showers or storms from, say, about the Uvalde County line northward, towards Del Rio northward. Anything south of that, not looking too bad. Rain for Corpus Christi. Nope, nothing there. It's all to the north right now. Debbie, yeah, it's coming down here by Lackland, I bet. Kyle. Yeah, let's go back to Kyle. Why not? That's where the severe thunderstorm warning is. All right, zoom in a little bit more so there. There's San Marcos. All right, there we go. There's Kyle. Come on, Kyle. I want that word to come back here. Kyle on the western edge of that severe thunderstorm warning. So, Kyle, you're seeing the worst of it right now. Buddha, you're seeing the worst of it too. So in the next few minutes, that's going to die down quite a bit. You're just going to see some heavier, moderate to light rainfall as the heavy rain moves off to the east. Cedar Creek, it's on your doorstep right now. San Marcos, you're in the worst of it. New Braunfels, you're about at the worst as you're going to get, it looks like. It looks like it's going to move out within the next several minutes there. What else are we seeing? Converse, seeing about the same. Let's go back down to Converse. And Live Oak, you're seeing the worst of it. Converse probably seeing the worst of it now too. So really the I-35 corridor is seeing the worst of it right now. In the next several minutes, that's going to move out. So I-35, not looking all that great. Now, if you have to do any driving, stay inside. Do your best not to. 107 mile per hour winds on 281. How'd you get that? I'd love to hear about how you got that info. Your buddy sent photos of cars blown to the side of the road and all the power lines down. I'll have to take a look at some power outages. Greg, I don't know if you can pull up a CPS power outage map to see if you have a chance. Thanks. Greg is just to my left here. Thank you so much, Greg. Appreciate that. He's been helping out a lot, getting some information to me here. Let's see. Nicole, looks like the lightning is getting lighter, so that means weakening. It typically does, Nicole. I'm not sure where you are, but that usually is the case. Andrew's in San Marcos. Do you think a tornado will actually touch down? No, I do not think that now, because there is no tornado warning in San Marcos. You are seeing the worst of it now. Things are going to get better for you. If there was one, it would have happened by now, most likely. And there is no tornado warning. That expired for your area at 12:15. So we're about 20 minutes beyond that. So that's the good news. But east of that, east of you, is where we still have that severe thunderstorm warning running until 1:15 for the Lockhart area, Cedar Creek, just to the west of Smithville in 304. Getting hail and rain on 35 and 1604. Curtis, about how big do you think that hail is? Love to know. Judson area seeing it. Let's take a look at Bexar County again, which is where a majority of our population is. Sure, you're seeing a lot of the heavier rainfall right now. Some lightning, could have some small hail. Let's go to our hail tracker and see what we've got. We don't have anything in Bexar County showing up on the hail tracker. So if you're seeing hail, 1604, 35, 281, we don't see anything on the hail tracker. So maybe it's getting around the hail tracker somehow on the radar, but sounds like a small tornado, Debbie says. We're not seeing it right now. No tornado warnings to talk about. Pouring in Seguin over by Sewell, Petranco, high winds. Thank you, Sasha, Andrew. Yeah, I bet that thunder was loud. It's a little late. Get a little tired here. I'm talking a lot. 1604, the lightning was so loud, all the cars' alarms went off. Oh, I bet you. Yeah, it had to be loud. You get the thunder and the siren and the alarms going off there. All right, there's the line again. You can see as we zoom out, you really see a lot more green, a lot less yellow and orange and red. So that's definitely a good sign. This line is definitely considerably weakening. But now, once the severe weather threat diminishes, it goes to more of a flash flooding threat. And because a lot of the storms move from the north to the south, they move through, but now you got that line stretching from San Antonio to Hondo and Uvalde kind of moving off to the east, so they're taking a lot longer getting through. How are we looking on this power outages, Greg? Oh, it's up there now. Okay, I couldn't see that. It's right behind the camera. We see the radar there.
There's no power outages listed.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see it behind me. Okay, that's better. So none listed. That's good. So they must be isolated outages, I would think, right? That's what you get from that. Okay, yeah. You see the power outage legend down to the bottom left, and we don't have any of those symbols up there. So far, no widespread outages reported. Thank you so much, Greg. Appreciate that. And thank you to all of you who are sending us your reports here on Facebook from home as well, telling us what you're seeing. Alamo Ranch is now in the clear. I wouldn't say that quite yet. Give it a few more minutes there where you are, Amanda. But if the rain has come to an end, or if it's quite a bit later, I would say you're in the clear now. Pebbles, Curtis. Oh, okay. So would you say probably pea-sized hail about that? Okay. That could be why we're not seeing it here on the hail tracker. Seminole getting hail? Most likely not right now, I would say, Victoria. How long for Marion? I would say most of this would last about 30 to 45 minutes for most of us, except areas like Uvalde and Hondo, where it continues to push through very slowly as it moves off to the west. I like your emoji there, Dr. Crasher. It's cute. Shout out to Lexi. Hey, Lexi Garza. Your mom, Crystal, wanted me to give you a shout out. How you doing out there, Lexi? You're up late. I assume you're on the younger side. Cody, raining in Kirby. Yeah, Stone Oak. You're getting the rain there. Stone Oak on the north side. Between 410 and 1604, it's about out for you. I'm seeing just some light to moderate rain in the next few minutes, so that's good news. Let me go back up to the severe thunderstorm warning, though. This one, again, issued until 1:15. This is for Cedar Creek, Kyle, Lockhart, Bastrop County, Caldwell, Fayette, Hayes, and Travis. It continues to get shaved away as the storms move off to the east-southeast. Anything to the west of it, of course, the severe weather threat has gone away there with this severe thunderstorm warning, so that's why it continues to move out. Let's see, raining in Kirby. Yep, Cody got that. Thank you. Diane, yeah, of course, absolutely. Atascosa County, let's head to the south. Not a whole lot happening there yet. But let me zoom out a little bit more. Take a look at La Pryor off to the west. That is moving from the northwest to the, I would say, east-southeast, just north of 57. So if that holds together, I would say the northern half of Atascosa County has the best shot at seeing heavy rainfall out of that and lightning. I would say a severe weather threat not looking as great there at this point, but just north and east of La Pryor, we are seeing quite a bit of that heavy rain. Let me zoom in there. We're seeing more of that red popping up now, south and east of Uvalde. Seminole just to the south of you also. We did have some of that heavy rain move through in thunder and lightning. Not seeing as much to your north now. Might take a few more minutes to move out from the west as that line continues to move out. That one storm trying to push from the southwest to northeast a little bit. Batesville on the tail end of that there. But for Atascosa County, not seeing a whole lot south of Pleasanton, but can't rule that out if that storm does still hold together. So glad Lexi is jumping with joy. You're watching on the big screen. How big is your TV? Sad to ask since you said big screen. Traveling tomorrow to Dallas, Jerica. Hope I can see your name. Jerica. Will it be clear by the morning? Well, it depends on what time, but I would say by sunrise and a little after that. I would say mostly cloudy. Could be a leftover shower, thunderstorm, but for the most part, I would think the drive would be okay. Let's zoom out and see how it's looking now towards Dallas, actually. Yeah, I mean, things are really clearing out for Dallas, too, on the western edge of that, kind of timing out with San Antonio, really further off to the west, though, Dallas seeing the end of the rain completely. So I would say leftover showers or storms for you for that drive tomorrow, so just give it a little extra time if you must get there at a certain time tomorrow. Hopefully that answers your question. Dr. Granite, coming down crazy, 90 and military, very windy. Everyone be careful. Absolutely, yeah. Definitely be careful until the storms move through. Thankfully, only seen that one severe thunderstorm warning to the northeast of New Braunfels. Von Army. Let's head down that way. All right, towards Somerset, Divine. Nothing yet, but it's moving in towards you, Von Army. Also, there we go. And it's just moving in now. So Von Army, you're seeing the rainfall now. There is some lightning moving in. Also, I would say moderate rain. Just what they're seeing in Castroville and Hondo right now is about to move in for you, Von Army, right along the county line there. But nothing severe. So just plain old thunderstorms. Lights flicker. No bueno, Sasha. Hopefully they stay on. Thankfully, in the area, not a whole lot of power outages. If they are, they're very isolated, not widespread, not seeing any on the power outage map. Of course, Jericho, my pleasure. Debbie, oh, absolutely. I'll be safe, definitely on my way home. Won't be leaving until the worst is out, but the roads are going to be wet. If anyone's doing any, speaking of that, thank you for bringing that up, Debbie. If you're doing any driving tonight or tomorrow morning, even if you know the rain's going to be out of your area, give yourself a little extra time. Go slow on the roads. There could be some oil or water left over from these storms, especially if not a lot of rain fell in your area. That oil could be still on the surface of the road. So do take your time, especially because we haven't had a lot of rainfall or any rainfall for weeks up until this. So now that we have the rain, it's brought that oil up. So the roads could be quite slick tomorrow morning. So do keep that in mind tomorrow. Shirts, let's move into shirts. Zoom into shirts rather. And you can see it right there. Hey, shirts, you're seeing some orange right now. So that's the moderate to heavy rain. Give it another few minutes and the worst will be out for you. Helotus, it's pretty much come to an end for the storm-wise. There could still be leftover lightning strikes, so leftover thunderstorms moving through for the next 30 to 45 minutes or so as that western edge moves through, but nothing severe. Just some moderate showers at this point. Yes, absolutely, Diane. My pleasure. Poteet. Excuse me. Boy, my throat's sore. Poteet, I would say not a whole lot going on right now for you and Poteet either. Pleasanton to Campbellton is dry. Charlotte's dry. Let me zoom out a little bit more here. Floresville, you're looking okay so far, but the rain and thunder is to your north and west, but it is weakening. So if it holds together, probably not going to see as much of a severe weather threat either. Let's go back to that severe thunderstorm warning we're looking at. Again, this is till 1:15 a.m. Bastrop County, Caldwell County, Fayette, Hayes, and Travis. This storm has had a history of producing 50 to 60 mile per hour winds or greater. And also, I would say about nickel to quarter size hail, half-inch size hail as that moves through. So if you're in the San Marcos area, it's moving out of you right now, out of your area now. Lockhart moving in at this moment. Looking at Cedar Creek, it's just to your west now, so anywhere along 183, it's moving in. 304 off to the east, not looking too bad right now, but off to your west. If you live along 304, now is the time to make sure you're inside, and just in case, always a good idea to have those tornado safety precautions handy. Middle room in your house, away from windows, cover yourself up with as much as possible. My pleasure, Kelly. Getting another line of storms, Amanda. Behind this line, there are leftover showers and storms. There's a new one. Leftover showers and storms, Kerrville, Bernie, but nothing severe. However, back off to the west. There we have a new one. Let's zoom in on it. All right, this one is for Kinney County and Valverde County. I swear, Del Rio, you've had a lot going on tonight. And you've got some more rolling through right now. Some heavy rain, lightning. You're hearing a lot of thunder. So we got another one rolling through. So for you, these storms are doing what's called training. One storm moves through, break. The next one moves through, a break, more moves through. So we're not seeing anything like flash flooding warnings. So that's definitely good news. But we do have that new severe thunderstorm warning. And let me check out the details on that one right now. Give me just a second to go into that. I think it's the third one for Del Rio tonight, the third severe thunderstorm warning. This one is going until 1:30, just like the graphic says. This one has had a history of producing 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. So that's what that one in southern Valverde County and western Kinney County. Brackettville, you're right on the southern edge of that one. But it looks like that storm is moving more towards the east-northeast. The warning says east at 30. It looks like it's moving a little bit north of east. So if you're between Del Rio and Brackettville, that's along Highway 90. Looks like north of Highway 90, the best shot of that in western Kinney County. In Valverde County, it looks like right along Highway 90 now. So Del Rio, you're just seeing a little bit of that now. I'll pull up Facebook again in just a minute here. Let me get out of the video so I can go back into it, see any comments. Here, again, that's a severe thunderstorm warning just issued for Kinney and Valverde counties, including Brackettville, Del Rio, and also Valverde Park until 1:30 in the morning. Let me scroll down in the comments here. I already got that. Looks like some of the recent ones didn't update. Let me go back out and go back in. Should do, there we go. Okay. Downtown San Antonio. That's where I left off before. Let's go to that. Yep, downtown San Antonio is seeing the worst of it right now. So if you're still watching Alex Benitez and Barnabas, you're just seeing the worst of it right now. So, and that's moderate to heavy rain, some lightning, nothing severe. It's dissecting Bexar County in half. So from Castroville along Highway 90 through Highway 10, or not Highway 10, through Highway 90 across central Bexar County, dissecting 410 and a half, moving off towards Seguin. That's where it's all laying right now. Moving through the I-35 corridor. Schertz, you're about out of the woods with that too. Floresville about to get hit. Yeah, let's get into Floresville. Everything, you're so far okay. Elmendorf is right on the southern edge of that. So Elmendorf, you're probably seeing all that lightning too. Sasha, everyone be careful. Yeah, don't chance it. Definitely stay off the roads if you can. Paul, my pleasure. Absolutely, you're welcome. Seguin, Misty wants to know where, let's go to Seguin. Yep, Seguin, it's right on your doorstep or it's starting right now. Looks like the line there is shrunken quite a bit, so it's not going to take long for it to move through for you guys, thankfully. Yeah, we do have that flood watch out for most of the area, Bexar County, all counties westward and northward until 1 p.m. tomorrow. My pleasure, Nora, absolutely. Great night to fly a kite. Dr. Crasher, I don't know about that one. Maybe after the storms move out, maybe just in the rain, but if there's any lightning, I wouldn't be flying a kite, that's for sure. You're definitely a riskier guy than I am. All right, back to the severe thunderstorm warning. to the north. San Marcos, looks like you're out of the woods for that. The worst of it's out. Buda, moving out of U2. So if you are in the Lockhart area, you are about to see the worst of it. You're getting the worst of it right now. Cedar Creek, it's moving into U2. That warning until 1:15 a.m. Let's go back to that new one, or the most recent one. And that's for Kinney, Western Kinney, and Southern Valverde counties, including Bracketville, Del Rio, Valverde Park, until 1:30 in the morning. That one has had a history of producing winds of 50 to 60 miles per hour as it moves off to the east, northeast at about 30 miles per hour. Del Rio, you're seeing some leftover lightning with that. Lakeview too. Bracketville, I'm thinking that's going to clip you to the north, but you will probably get some rainfall out of that one, some thunder and some lightning too, as that pushes on through. All right, widening the view once again. You can see where that line of storms is. It's pushing through Bexar County right now, the Hondo area. You're seeing the worst of it. Kerrville, some leftover rain. Hey, let's get Rock Springs real quick here. You can see those storms on the southern edge of it. None of that is severe. It's to the north of that severe storm affecting Del Rio and north of Bracketville. None of those are severe, so it looks like you're okay there for Rock Springs, but south of there towards Camp Wood, in and along Highway 55, more heavy rain about to move through. Hey, let's go to Kirk County. Ingram area, you're just looking at some light to moderate rainfall now along 39. Over towards Comfort, more of the same light to moderate rainfall, some isolated lightning strikes. Fredericksburg, you're seeing some moderate rain at this point, some lightning strikes in and around you, but nothing heavy, nothing severe, so that's good news. Harper, same story. Johnson City, same story. The worst of it pretty much moving out of I-35 right now, just east of I-35. The entire I-35 corridor really seeing the activity from Austin, southward through Buda, San Marcos, east of New Braunfels. Now it's moved south of Hollywood Park, San Antonio downtown, seeing the worst of it now. You're welcome, Misty. Absolutely. You can feel the cool wind in Von Ormy. You know, that's the good thing about this. Got to look at the positives here, too. We're getting the rainfall that we need. The drought has been getting worse and worse for several weeks, really several months now, once again. Once we moved past the July floods, the drought once again started picking back up. So we're getting the rain that we need. Of course, we don't want it all in this short amount of time, but we've got some of that. Beyond this, we're going to have a beautiful Sunday. You're going to see sunshine, highs in the 80s, and then for the rest of the forecast, we're looking absolutely picture perfect. Halloween's looking great, too. But right now, we're getting more of the tricks and not the treats. The treats come after the tricks, unfortunately, in the world of weather. Let me show you the Severe Thunderstorm Watch box we have. Oh, I saw a question there. 281 and 306 had circulation earlier. Yeah. Trees down and power outages. Yeah, nothing showing up in the CPS power outage map. Of course, that's out of the CPS area, I believe. But we did see that circulation. There was that tornado warning earlier for parts of Comal and Hayes County where it looked like the worst of it near the Canyon Lake area. Haven't had reports of a tornado touchdown. Wouldn't be surprised if that happened. A weak tornado at that, though. Yeah, it basically is I would say it's a front. I really wouldn't say cold front. It's out of ahead of an upper level area flow pressure, basically where the dry air is meeting up with the moist air. Not much of a cold front behind it. There really isn't much in the way of cool air. It's still going to be warm. Humidity is going to go down considerably for Sunday. Beyond that, things do cool off a bit into the low to mid 80s. So for all intents and purposes, it is acting like a cold front. And that's why we're getting that difference in the air masses, and the clash of the air masses creating this. So let me show you the watch box again. Get a little sip of water here. Uh-oh, little black screen. Give it a second to load here, a few seconds. It's running until 3 in the morning. So it's all these counties that are shaded in pink right here, from Valverde County eastward towards Bear, and then northward, including the Hill Country, Kerrville, Fredericksburg, northeastward to Austin until 3 a.m. Damaging wind, large hail, the main threats. Isolated tornado threat also, like that tornado warning that we had earlier for Hayes and Comal County. In addition to that, we have the flash flood watch. That's in the same counties under that until 1 p.m. tomorrow for the possibility of the heavy rain. Let me go through the hour by hour real quick so you can see what we're looking at. Give me one sec here. There we go. All right. So here we are. About 2 a.m., which is in about an hour or so. It does still show some rain on San Antonio. So some of the showers and storms that are westward towards Uvalde and Hondo, and even westward towards Del Rio, they may take some time pushing on through because the wind flow is turning a little bit more out of the west and not the south, and not pushing everything in quite as strong in the upper levels. So things are slowing down a little bit more for those. But notice, as we get towards 3 and 4 o'clock, our eastern counties are still seeing the heavy rainfall, a lot of the thunder and lightning, possibly some of that hail. But once it moves through, say by about 5, 6 o'clock, definitely sunrise, the severe weather threat is largely gone for the most part. Still have that isolated threat in our eastern counties, but most of our western counties it's done. We still have a lot of cloud cover. Could still have a leftover shower or storm during the day Saturday. Best chance east of San Antonio, but not much of a severe weather threat west of San Antonio, including San Antonio. And by the end of the day, we tap into more of the dry air. And then by Sunday morning, we're looking at mostly sunny skies, and the rest of the day is looking good. But we got to get through all the storms first. Let me go back to Facebook here. We're talking about low water crossings also across a lot of Bexar County. All right, thank you for going to put that up. I'm going to look at the monitor right behind me here. And you can see where a lot of those low water crossings, so where we have the red, that's what we're looking at for the problems. Correct, Greg? It's a little out of my vision here. There we go. Thank you. So we're looking at the Danville, Maltzberger Lane, and Sleepy Hollow. So the water crossing signals have gone up. They are closed, showing us that a lot of this rainfall is building up on some area roadways. So if you live in areas where you know there's not good drainage, you have those low water crossings, you don't want to be on the roads, of course. Thankfully, this is coming in at a time when not a lot of people are on the roads, but those low water crossings definitely have been activated and are closed for those areas. That is Danville, Maltzberger Lane, and Sleepy Hollow. So do keep that in mind if you're in those areas or if you're doing any traveling in those areas during the overnight. Let's see, back to Facebook. Misty, tornado risk. Yep, there is a small tornado risk. Stone Oak, I would say no. At this point, the worst of the storms have moved through. You still will have some leftover showers, leftover thunderstorms, but for the most part, those storms have moved out. The worst of it has, so not much of a tornado risk there. No problem, Marie, my pleasure. Victoria, is there circulation near Sabinal? No, there's actually, let me just show you the whole area. There is no circulation whatsoever at this point along the entire area. No tornado warnings. If there was circulation, there would likely be a tornado warning as indicated by the radar, but we're not seeing that now, including at the Sabinal area. And PEC showing a lot of outages right in that area. So are you out of power right now, Andrew? Or do you mean CPS, PEC? Greg, what is PEC? Do you know? Okay, thank you. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so if you've got a lot of outages, hopefully they're not widespread. You're showing a lot of outages. But CPS is not showing any widespread outages, so that's good news there. But if PEC is, hopefully you get that power back soon if you don't have power. Let me show you the warning once again off towards Valverde County and Del Rio. That's southern Valverde County and western Kinney County, running until 1:30 in the morning. So about another 35 minutes or so. That's going to be in effect for you guys. And Del Rio looks like the worst of it is once again coming to an end. Hopefully nothing for me behind that. You've had a few rounds roll through your area. Bracketville looks like it'll be clipped again by the southern edge of that storm. Yes, Greg?
Okay, so this is going to be the Pedernales Electric.
Pedernales Electric.
They're showing, what did that say? There are 128 outages.
128 outages for Pedernales Electric, okay.
Affecting 26,000 meters, so yeah, I mean, quite a number.
All right, thank you for bringing that to our attention, Andrew. Much appreciated. You are in the dark, all right. So hopefully that comes on soon. Obviously, it's going to take a little time, but hopefully you get that power back soon. Thanks for letting us know about that. So if you're in that area and your power's out, you're not alone. Several outages. Wouldn't be surprised if there are outages in and around San Antonio, but for now, in Bexar County, not looking at widespread outages. And the good news is, for Bexar County at least, the northern half of the county not looking as bad there. Where you have the yellows and the oranges, that's where the heaviest of the rainfall is. No severe warnings, though, for Bexar County now. Nothing for Comal County. Back westwards for Uvalde County. The only warnings we're seeing right now, Valverde and Kinney County, and then this one off here towards the Kyle area. Let's say, Kyle, you're pretty much out of the woods with this one. Buda too. Lockhart, though, is seeing the heaviest. Let me stop moving this thing around a little bit. I want to make you seasick or motion sick or graphic sick. I'm moving that around too much. So 183 seeing a lot of that activity now, the worst of it in the Lockhart area. San Marcos, you're seeing some leftover rain, some leftover lightning. Yeah, your area shows over 1,000. Yeah, Greg, was it like 1,280 it was showing? 12 affected?
Sorry, let me pull that back up.
Oh, sure. While you're pulling that up, I'll just talk about the warning here. Cedar Creek still under the warning. Smithville, you're not in that warning area, but just to your west there. So we're not seeing it expanded. That's good news. So we still have about another close to 20 minutes there with this warning. But I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of the western part of that shaved away over the next several minutes because a lot of that has moved out of the San Marcos area, out of Hayes County, progressing off to the east. So what do you see in there, Greg?
128 outages, 26,000 meters affected.
120 outages. So is that How many meters again?
So, 26,000.
26,000 meters. So those meters of lines of electric?
I guess that's individual customers or homes.
Oh, meters. Like a meter. Okay. I was thinking meters like length. Little tired up here. Meters. Okay, so that's outages. Gotcha. Now it makes more sense. For the last few minutes, I'm thinking meters, what? All right, there we go.
And it looks like it's spread all from Bulverde all the way up through Wimberley and
It's Bulverde to Wimberley.
areas west of Austin.
Okay, so areas west of Boston, seeing all that. All right. Thank you for the info, Greg. Much appreciated. Thankfully, those areas are not seeing the severe weather, are not seeing the strong storms like we're seeing. We'll call them strong that are moving through San Antonio right now, downtown, about to move out of downtown, moving through Seguin. You're seeing some of the strong storms, nothing severe. That's all to the north and east with that severe thunderstorm warning there. Uh-oh. All right, so we have, looks like, it's the same warning, okay. You notice in the box to the west, that's what I saw there. I mean, to the left of your screen, it says a tornado possible, a threat considerable. Likely because that was the same cell that did produce that tornado warning and the circulation that did produce that tornado warning, say about an hour or so ago as it pushed through north of Canyon Lake and towards areas in northern Comal County, south of Wimberley, right about where you see that broken area where they're not seeing the rainfall north of Canyon Lake. That's about where that warning was earlier. So that's why it says tornado possible, the threat considerable. For now, though, it's just a severe thunderstorm warning, which is strong enough because that has had a history of 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, which once you get to 65 miles per hour, that is an EF0 tornado. So strong enough to be a tornado, even without a tornado warning. Let's see, Dr. Granite, thank you for rapid updates and keeping up with your Gens fans. Hope I'm not talking too quickly. I'm from the north originally. I used to speak a lot faster. Thankfully, I've slowed down a little bit here after moving to South Texas. Been here for 12 years. Still learning all the small towns. A lot of people say, hey, what about rain here? I'm like, where is that? Let me head to the map. But thankfully, things are looking a lot better. Excuse me. Gonna hang on for a couple more minutes here, take a little break to let my throat catch up a little bit. Thankfully, we're just seeing 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. So this line it was full of severe thunderstorm warnings further to the north and west a couple of hours ago. The middle of it kind of weakened a bit. Now it's just the very edge to the north where we're seeing that. The northern parts of our area, northern and eastern parts, so north of Gonzales. So where you can expect the rain to move in, not severe, but could still pack quite a punch, giving you 40 to 50 mile an hour winds. Seguin, you're seeing it now. Gonzales, weakening quite a bit, but it'll still likely hang on to give you some thunderstorms. Somerset, headed down towards the Floresville area within the next, I would say, half hour to 45 minutes. Hondo, it's about to move out of you. Uvalde, you're in the clear. So you're seeing a break. We'll see if anything forms behind that. La Pryor, you're okay. Hondo, give it another, say, 10 to 15 minutes or so. You should be out. Castroville, it's going to take a little longer to get through as that edge of the line starts to move from the west to the east. But we're also looking at that severe thunderstorm warning. It's already getting shaved away. Del Rio, it looks like it's out of view. So it's western Kinney County. A lot of lightning with that one, though. That moves through 1:30 in the morning. That severe thunderstorm warning is running until, and let me just check and make sure, see if we're seeing any hail with that one. Yeah, there we go again. With that hail off towards Del Rio. Give this a minute. There we go. Let me zoom in there. And you can see it in that warning there. That has had a history of producing hail up to quarter size as it moves along Highway 90 towards the Brackettville area. All right, those are the current conditions here. I'm gonna take a little break here. If more warnings do pop up, I will pop back on here. But we'll keep the radar up and we'll continue to keep you updated here online. And if any other tornado warnings are issued, we'll head back on air as well. But for now, we have that severe thunderstorm warning off in our northeastern counties until 1:15, including the Kyle area. It just expired for you. But that is for, let me zoom in a little bit more. Once again, Lockhart area, you're about out of the woods with that severe thunderstorm warning for Bastrop, Caldwell, and Fayette counties, and the other one off to the west for, not for Del Rio anymore, but western Kinney County and extreme southeastern Valverde counties. All right, I'll head up for a little bit, guys. If more warnings are issued, I'll be right back on, though.
Hey, good morning. How are you? Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you can hear me. Yeah, the volume is working. All right, a little casual this morning. It is a Saturday morning, but we are here, of course, and we really appreciate you streaming with us. Okay, we have got a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for portions of Atascosa County, also for Wilson County and Karnes County, and that is until 4:45 this morning, about another half hour. You can see the lightning strikes, just quite a bit of lightning strikes there. The storm is moving to the east, as you can see, moving right over Pleasanton right now. With this thunderstorm, you can expect winds gusting up to about 60 miles per hour, also quarter-size hail. If you're watching from San Antonio and from Bexar County, we're a little more stable now. Temperatures are in the low 60s. I'm not anticipating any severe storms here, but at times we still have some lightning and some thunder, and we still have some rainfall. Also back towards Medina County, you can see, still have that flash flood watch that is in effect, and that's until 1 o'clock in the morning for portions of south central Texas. You can see basically along 90 and I-10 and then northward from there, including the hill country. Okay, so let's talk about this thunderstorm here. Again, you can see quite a bit of lightning strikes. Let me pause this real quick. There we go. You know what? I'm going to get rid of the lightning because it's getting in the way, but you can see just a lot of strikes, right? Okay, the heaviest part of this thunderstorm right now, yep, we got the right time, is right over Pleasanton. And just to kind of see over the last 10-15 minutes what has been happening. Matter of fact, I think I can switch this. Hopefully I can. Let's go with the sweeping radar. There we go. That's a lot better. And let's go. And if you're just now joining me, severe thunderstorm warning for Atascosa County, portions of Wilson County, and also Karnes County. Okay, this is the very latest. This is the radar site that is out of New Braunfels. Okay, here's the movement over the last just a little bit here. Let's go back to 356, where you see the magenta color there. That's where the rainfall is the heaviest. Here's the good news. I don't see any kind of indication of any kind of rotation. You know, we had another line of thunderstorms that came through, and that's pretty much, I would be very doubtful if we had any kind of rotation or anything like that. But again, especially, let's say, from just east of Pleasanton now and southeast of Pleasanton, you've got that potential for some hail up to the size of quarters, and especially right along the leading edge. Let me get right in there. Right, let's say about 4 miles east of Pleasanton and southeast of Pleasanton there, you can see winds gusting up to about 60 miles per hour. So watch out along 97. Let's see, just south of Floresville, southern portions of Wilson County here in the next 15 minutes. Could have some very strong wind gusts, also in northwestern portions of Karnes County as well. This is going to get a little messy here, but let me show you. Boy, I love this because it shows the surface winds, the Cape. The strongest Cape values, and I know that's a little bit too much, but the strongest Cape values are potential for buoyancy and for the thunderstorms to be really strong is just to the south. But you can see here what is happening. Let me stop this. That way you get the very latest. And I'm going to take these winds off because they're kind of getting in the way there. Take that off, that off. Okay. Right, here we go, right southeast of Pleasanton. Let me see if I can get a size. That's my hail indicator here. Hail size. Okay, this is saying 1.3. Usually you can kind of cut that a little bit, but it looks like we've got pretty much inch-size hail right now occurring just to the south and east of Pleasanton. Let me roll this back just a hair. Yeah, it looks like it's kind of decreasing. But definitely, oh yeah, yep, inch, maybe about an inch, I would say, inch-size hail just southeast of Pleasanton. And again, very strong wind gust showing up here on the radar. Putting that in motion, you can see. So, no, I don't want to do that. Let's see here. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so if you are watching, I don't know if it's going to give me, there's not a lot of big, huge communities here southeast of Pleasanton, but I would say southeastern portions of Atascosa County, watch out. The hailstones about an inch or so. And you don't have much time because this is moving pretty fast. And this may hold together into the northwestern portions of Karnes County and possibly even southern portions of Wilson County. But it looks like right now the trajectory would take it kind of extreme southern portions of Wilson County and right there in the northwestern portions of Karnes County. So this thunderstorm right now definitely has the potential for some hailstones. There's no doubt about that, up to about an inch in diameter. Let me take a look at the Ville levels. Ville levels are pretty good right now. Let's see, I'd say about 70, yeah, 80. I would say that's pretty high. So yeah, there is some hail going on here. There's no doubt about that. Let's see, where has it been hailing? There you go. This takes me back about a half an hour or so, and it started as smaller size hail along 173 southwest of Poteet, well, pretty south of between Poteet and Charlotte, let's say. And right now, taking a look at the latest view, there you go. That's where the hail is falling right now, southeast of Pleasanton. And just to let you see movement down to the south and east at a pretty good clip there. Let's see. My shear track's not showing me a lot of wind, but I know there is wind. Yeah, there we go. Showing up pretty light. Yeah, there we go. Showing up light, but I think winds could definitely gust up to about 60 miles per hour. There's no doubt about that. So let's put back on the hail. There we go. And just one more time, let's take a look at the motion. There we go, to the south and east at a very good clip. So watch out there in southeastern portions of Atascosa County. Hey, let's put on the lightning strikes. Let's see, there we go. Quite a bit of lightning, quite a bit of thunder. So watch out for that, of course. With any severe thunderstorm, you're going to have quite a bit of lightning and thunder. Okay, let's see if I've got I'm going to put on the lightning counter just for fun here. Oh, I've got it on. Let me take this off. The auto query. There we go. Let's see. We got in here. We've got 364 lightning strikes. Yeah, 364 lightning strikes there. And I've got the shear going on. Let's see. Take off the shear track. I think that's what that is. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so again, we've got the severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect. The National Weather Service has just whittled that warning down just a little bit. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Let's see, since they have triangulated or since they've reconfigured, there we go. Since they've reconfigured it, let me see if I can see what the latest is from what they are saying. Yeah, same thing, 60 mile per hour, quarter size hail. Of course, this is all radar indicated. Let's see, what's the movement of the storm? Moving to this is still until 4:45, and movement is to the east at about 45 miles an hour. Yeah, moving pretty fast. I would even say maybe just a slight tinge to the southeast, so more of like a east-southeastward movement. In the latest frame there, you can see how the hail may be weakening just a little bit. So severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see what else I can show you here. These are the winds. This is the storm relative velocity. I don't see really any indication of any kind of rotation. Where you see that green there, right along the leading edge, right there in southeastern portions of Atascosa County. I wish I had a little telestrator right there because I could show you. Almost to the Wilson County line, just right where you see that green in there, right on the red. That's where the winds are the strongest there, just north of Campbellton and into southern portions of Wilson County. And that's continuing to push to the east at a very strong clip at about 45 miles per hour. Yeah, there was a little yellow in there for briefly, but yeah. So I don't see really any rotation, but definitely some strong winds. Let's take a look just at the Ville levels here. Let me move that up. Yeah, well, it's some healthy Ville levels. There's no doubt about that. Let's take a look at the very latest. Bam. Yeah, 79. You've got in-size hail at least with that thunderstorm. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. This is the radar estimated hail size. Let me stop this and get us up to speed. Right there. Okay, yeah, just southeast of Pleasanton. Let me query this real quick. it's actually gone up a little bit. So I'd say an inch to about 1.2 inches in diameter. And just so you can see the movement, yeah, to the, like I would say east-southeast at, again, about 45 miles per hour. Let's see if we can zoom in, see some towns here. There's just not a whole lot, as you well know. There's FM 541. If you live there, I would watch out. Let me see if I can draw you. You know what? I'm gonna draw you a little bit of a little. Let's see. There we go. This is where I would watch, right? And maybe that needs to be a little bit bigger, but you kind of get the point. And yeah, just right in that zone. So if you live in there, you know it's southeastern portions of Atascosa County and also western portions of Wilson County. Let's see. Yeah, this is a better way to look at it as well. There we go. And let's point that out right there. Again, I think the computer, the way the algorithm works, it tends to overestimate the hail size, but I would say up to an inch to an inch and a quarter, something like that. So pretty good hail there, southeastern portions of Atascosa County. Rain accumulation, that's a radar estimate. We don't want that. Precip rate, this is what we want. Okay, where you see the blues and the whites, boy, that is not blues, but purple. That is some heavy, heavy rainfall. Let's take a look at some of these rainfall rates. Notice that hail core, where it was, well, that's not necessarily where the heaviest rainfall is. Right now, it looks like the heaviest rainfall rates are up here in the kind of northeastern portions of Atascosa County, 7 inches per hour. That is some heavy, heavy, heavy stuff. Matter of fact, I'm even doubting that. And that's 5. So let me put this on here for you. Yeah, about 5.5. That's probably more like it, but that's very heavy rain there in the northeastern portions and eastern portions of Atascosa County. So watch out for localized flooding there. There's no flood warning, but again, just watch out for that. And the strike, we've had a lot of lightning, as you can imagine, with that thunderstorm. And let's see, just looking at the 12-hour, 24-hour rainfall amounts. There we go. Some of the heaviest have been in southern portions of Bexar County, looks like. Yeah, about 2 to 3 inches. Again, this kind of overestimates it as well. But northern portions of Bexar County, if you live there, close to an inch probably, that sounds about right. Southeastern portions of Medina County, about 1.5 to 2 inches, something like that. Okay, so to recap, again, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for extreme eastern portions now of Atascosa County, southern portions of Wilson County, northwestern portions of Karnes County, and that is going to be until 4:45 this morning. You can see the lightning. Take off the lightning detector here, and yeah, there we go. Yeah, you can see where the heaviest thunderstorm is right there. The heaviest part is just to the south and east of Pleasanton. Of course, I've got this in my severe weather mode. I look at all kinds of stuff, but that way all I have to do is just kind of glance at it and I can see what's happening. But yeah, so there you go where you see, let me pause this. Bam. Right there. That's where the heaviest. Well, it keeps going up. So definitely, I would say southern portions of Wilson County for sure, northwestern Karnes. I think the Weather Service has pretty much done a good job with this, with the shape here. Northern part, probably more wind up towards Floresville, but you can see where that hail core is right there. Let me zoom in a little bit more, and that way you can really see just southeast of Pleasanton. Now it's moving quick, moving to the south, and it really, they're saying east at 45, but I would say east-southeast at about 45. Moving really, really quick there. And one more look at the velocity. Oh yeah. Yeah, we're looking at this at real time. So if I pause talking, it's because I'm trying to evaluate this. we've got a little bit of some sporadic rotation, I would say, but mainly strong straight line winds, southern portions of Wilson County. Boy, this is racing really fast because the winds are about to move out of the strongest winds, I should say, about to move out of Atascosa County and into Karnes County and southern portions of Wilson County. If you're watching right now across southern portions of Wilson County, I would watch out for the wind. Wind's really, really strong. Let me go back to the hail, but you can definitely see some very strong wind gusts, and I will be watching that area really closely here. Let's see, go back there. Yeah, I just showed you the winds, but the hail is going to be pretty much kind of isolated right there just southeast of Pleasanton. And one more time, just kind of moving to the south and east. Okay, so just kind of recap for you. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect till 4:45. Hail, definitely up to anywhere from an inch to about 1.25 inches in diameter. And you've got 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts across southern portions of Wilson County, extreme eastern portions of Atascosa County, now moving into Karnes County. Okay, I want to thank you guys for streaming with us. I'm going to go back into the studio there and update a few things, and I will be back in just a little bit. But again, we really appreciate you streaming with us, and we'll be back in a little while. Okay. Okay, good morning. Back again. We've got another warning. I mean, it's basically the same thunderstorm, but the warning has been reconfigured. And now this thunderstorm does pose a threat to Karnes City itself. Boy, this thunderstorm is moving very, very fast. You can see where the lightning strikes are. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning for the extreme southern portions of Wilson County, pretty much out of Atascosa County now, but for Karnes County, and this is until 5:30. So we've got about another 35 minutes, and this thunderstorm again is racing to the east very rapidly. Okay, got kind of a casual look. Sorry about that, but it is early on a Saturday morning. Okay, so I know this is very busy. I'm going to take off some of this stuff. This is the radar that I use just to kind of glance at and tells me if there's a potential for severe. Of course, in this case, there is the potential. It's actually happening. All right, so you can see over the last hour the movement and the direction of this thunderstorm. Now, of course, this is not your traditional display here of the traditional radar. I'm looking at just the core of this thunderstorm and where the greatest hail potential is. So let me pause that. Let's get a size here. Now, the way that this is figured, the algorithm kind of overdoes it a little bit, but let's take a look here. Again, with this thunderstorm, if you're just joining in, severe thunderstorm warning until 5:30. The biggest threats from this thunderstorm is going to be winds gusting up to about 60 miles per hour, also hail. And I would say the hail size, right about a quarter size hail. This is saying 1.2, but I think that's probably just about right, quarter size. So where exactly, following the track here, I would say, let me see if I can draw you, let me scoot this over just a little bit, and I'll draw this where the hail core, I think, is going to go pretty much right over. If you're watching this morning from Karnes City, you can expect hail, again, up to the size of about quarters. And it looks like this is kind of decreasing just a little bit, but moving to the east very rapidly. I would even say almost like a east-southeastward movement at about 40 miles per hour. So let's see here. Yeah, let's see. Right about, I would say right to the edge. Well, those guys at the Weather Service are just about right. So that's your times, pretty close to it, and that's kind of the track. Matter of fact, I don't have time right now, but my mark of where the thunderstorm, the core, is going to be probably needs to be a little bit wider than that. But I think I've pretty much captured it pretty well. So here in Karnes City, expect hail, again, up to the size of quarters and some very gusty winds, gusting up to 60 miles per hour here just in the next 10 minutes or so. So that's the track, and that is where the hail core has been. And you can see that movement kind of east-southeasterly. The main thunderstorm, I think, is moving exactly east at about 45, but the hail core itself kind of down to the east-southeast just a little bit. Okay, so let's take a look at the velocity display. This shows me the wind, and the winds are very gusty, as you would expect. Right there, just now moving into Karnes City itself, let's say along just to the east of 123, and let me back this up just a hair. Yeah, those are really strong winds as well. Let's say coming into Kennedy. So from Kennedy right into Karnes City and across northern portions of Karnes County. That's where we're going to have the strongest winds right now, where you see that green in there. We even have a little bit of some yellow. Let me see if I can put a little bit on, see if I can do this. So again, very strong winds. Let's see. Yeah, velocity. Okay. Yeah. So this is basically telling me that the winds, just as we suspect, very, very strong. Again, some of these wind gusts, especially in the southern part of this, like towards Kennedy, winds gusting up to about 60 miles per hour or so. Let me back this up just a hair, and yeah, let's go back to 4:39. What time is it? It's just a look kind of over the last 20 minutes. So if you're watching from Karnes County, again, some of those winds can be really, really strong. Let's just isolate and just take a look at the VIL levels. Of course, the VIL level is the vertical integrated liquid. That's one thing I like about doing this on in the VMix area here on Facebook Live and on all the streaming. Is I can talk about things that I probably wouldn't talk about on broadcast because I just don't have the time. But yeah, the VIL levels have been really high, especially for this time of the year. So there is no doubt in my mind that we've got quarter-size hail with this thunderstorm. Let me show you right here. I already showed you the hail core, but just to kind of get a bearing of in this thunderstorm of where the highest potential for hail is, right there, just coming right into Karnes City, I should say. Let me put the radar, because you're more accustomed to seeing this display as opposed to what I'm showing you right now. Let me see if I can take that off. Yeah, take that off there. And matter of fact, I'm going to go to the single radar. This radar right here is the composite. It takes all the radars from all around and puts them all together. But let's use the sweeping radar, and I think probably New Braunfels is probably still the best to use in this situation. There we go. And let me, this is the display that you're used to watching. Where you see that magenta, what we're looking at now is not the hail, but the rainfall. But it comes back sometimes contaminated. Because this is what this is measuring is the hydrometers, the size of the raindrops. But when you have some hail, up to the size of quarters, it'll come back where you've got that magenta. You could almost use this as a proxy as to where the hail is, and it's coming right there, right into Karnes. But I don't think it's probably not much larger than quarters, but that could cause some problems there. Let's zoom. Oh no. Let's zoom in here. Yeah, right there, and let's come back a little bit. Yeah, and plus the way that these radars work too is there's a little bit of slight delay. It could be up to 5-6 minutes. But this is pretty real time. Sometimes you can hit it really close to real time, and sometimes there is just a little bit of a delay. So I would say that that magenta color is probably even a little bit closer to Karnes City. There, okay. Lightning, just so we can see it. There we go, lightning everywhere, as you would imagine. And what are the count? The count right now is, let's see. I don't know if I can get you that count. Yeah, there we go. No? Yeah, there we go. Just in this area, 230 strikes, so quite a bit of lightning. And usually when you have a severe storm, you've got quite a bit of lightning. Let's see if that was something that I need to look at. No. Okay, let's take another look at this. This is the estimated hail size. Okay. All right. As you can tell here, just in the last little bit, it looks like the hail size is weakening just as this is approaching Karnes City. So that's a good thing. Maybe the hail size won't be as large coming into Karnes City. Let's see, what is this telling me? Yeah, but I would still say pretty close to quarters, maybe a little bit smaller than that. But this is that's definitely a good sign. It's maybe temporary, but definitely coming down. So that's good. Just another look at our warning that's in effect until 5:30 and where the hail core is itself. Does not include the winds. Let's see if I can get a little shear here. Yeah, where you see the greens, yeah, like I was showing earlier, closer to Kennedy, very strong winds right there, coming into just right pretty close to Kennedy there. Let's see. Let me back this up just so you can see it in motion over the last little bit. Yeah. Okay, so if you're watching from Karnes City, expect some hail up to the size of quarters, and there in Kennedy, some very gusty winds also in Karnes City as well. Let's take a look at the precip rate. Precip rate is pretty heavy, very heavy. I've seen some very heavy rain, like Falls City. Let's pause this. Let's take a look at what the amount is here. It's been giving me some crazy precipitation rates. 7 inch per hour. I'm very doubtful of that. That's just extremely heavy. But closer to Karnes City, you probably get something like 4 inch per hour, which is really heavy as well. And so I'd say anywhere inside of that line of thunderstorms, anywhere from around 3 to 4 inch rainfall rates, which is very heavy rain. So you can expect some localized flooding. Okay, so real quick, just in the recap here. Well, let's go back because I want to show you. Here in San Antonio, if you're wondering, if you're watching here in town, you can expect occasional thunderstorms. I think that's just going to continue for the next several hours, probably, all the way till, looks like 7 a.m. it looks like. So just kind of off and on rain, possible. Occasional thunder and lightning. I'm not anticipating anything severe here in Bexar County. The reason that these thunderstorms are severe down to the south is it's a little bit warmer and there's a little more buoyancy to work with. Let's take a look at, let's do away with that one and put that in. Yeah, and take out the lightning. That way we can see what's happening. Oh yeah. Yeah, but here's the good news though. It does look like the potential for hail larger than quarters is coming down, but maybe quarters, maybe a little bit smaller than that, going to be working through Karnes City there. And here's the latest. To see how that just updated. This is the very, very latest radar. The strongest winds have moved through Karnes City, it looks like, but right now moving through Kennedy. And Kennedy doesn't look like the hail is going to be too big, but in Karnes City, again, up to the size of probably quarters, maybe a little bit smaller than that. So that's the way it looks right now. Okay, so we got severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect until 5:30 for Karnes County. Where you see the green color here up to the north, that is a flood watch that is in effect, and that is until 1 o'clock this afternoon. It looks like we have the potential for rainfall off and on in Bexar County and occasional thunder and lightning till probably about 7 a.m., maybe a little bit longer than that, but that's what it looks like right now. Of course, I'm going to be watching the southern part of this where it still can be strong to severe throughout the morning. So again, we've got that warning until 5:30. So be safe. Biggest threats, quarter-size hail and winds gusting up to about 60 miles per hour. Hey, we really appreciate you streaming with us, and we will be cutting in throughout the morning, just as needed. So keep it right here, KENS5.com, KENS5 Plus, and we will see you a little bit later.